Good morning and welcome back. This is our 7th research conference, and we had an amazing day yesterday. I'm sure we can all agree. As a young girl, I remember being exposed to this phrase that says that the heights of great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept, were toiling upward through the night. Tuesday afternoon marked a very important journey, in fact, an historic journey in the life of the university. And as I reflect, I said to myself that those who are sleeping need to be awake, because if they don't, when they do, they'll be recognizing that they're in a new age. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation is not coming, it's here. Can you recall the days when we used to talk about Apple and it only meant a fruit? But now it's a phone. When we talked about cloud, we were talking about Nimbus, Stratus, Cumulus, and all of that. But no, it's a storage space. And this morning, as I thought about it, I thought about my bookmarker. I used to have a bookmarker to put in my handbook. I don't even have a handbook anymore. But no, a bookmarker is now part of something that you can use to store a browser if you don't want to allow you to get quick access to the pages of while you're on browsing. So things have changed, and that is why this conference is so important. And we want to welcome you back for day 2 of the conference. Come on, put your hands together for yourselves at this time. So you too are part of this very historic journey with us. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'll be calling on via Zoom technology, Dr. Ayanna Stevens to do the convocation for us.
A very good morning to each and everyone. Let us pray as we open this morning's session. Father, we give you thanks for this day that you have created, for this opportunity that you have granted unto us to see a brand new day, O God, and even for this opportunity to gather in such a fashion as this. Father, your word commands us that in all our ways we are to acknowledge you, and you will direct our path. And so this morning, as we acknowledge you, Father, in this fashion, we ask for your leading, we ask for your direction, and we ask for your guidance. Father, this morning we put proceedings before you, O God, from start to finish. And we ask that you will take complete control and that you would have your way. We put the presenters before you this day. We ask that you would touch them. We ask that you would embolden them, O God, to deliver, Father, knowledge unto us this day. Father, we put the audiences before you, that as the presenters present this day, O God, that the audiences will be enlightened. Father God, we put every supporting member of the team before you. We ask for strength, we ask for grace, oh God, to function, oh God, this day. And as we put, oh God, today's session before you, we pray, Father, that above all, with everything that is said, with everything that is discussed, with everything that is done, above all, you will be glorified. We ask all these things even now, in the name of Jesus Christ, the name that is above every other name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so very much, Dr. Ayanna Stevens, the Assistant Professor from the School of Business and Entrepreneurship and Management here at UCC. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce to you my immediate boss, the esteemed Professor Sheila Paul. Could you put your hands together for her this morning as she comes to welcome us and do the opening remarks?
Thank you, Dr. Tomlinson. I should say Dean Tomlinson. And I greet you on behalf of our founders, Dr. Winston Adams and Mrs. Geraldine Adams, the Board of Directors and President of our university, Professor Haldane Davies. I recognize my cabinet colleagues here present, and I recognize our deans, our heads of departments, faculty, staff, and students. I welcome our colleagues from other institutions as well, and any special guests, both in the auditorium and on our virtual space. I welcome all of you to the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean and to the full final day of our 7th annual research conference. And what a great time it has been. And for those of you who may be joining us today for the first time, this conference provides a unique opportunity for all of us because of its scope. It attracted a wide range of participants, faculty and students, with innovative research, and local and international experts with vast knowledge and experience on the issues of this digital age. American businessman Nolan Bushnell, and I want you to remember that name, Nolan Bushnell, an electrical engineer and the man who created the video games industry, once said, "A lot of people have ideas, but there are few who decide to do something about them now. Not tomorrow, not next week, but today." He was talking about staying in step with the digital age, the need to create an enabling environment where everyone is keeping pace with digital advances, and the importance of that in any educational establishment. It is for this reason that the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean decided to be at the forefront of these issues. As a university, we endeavor to work towards developing global leaders and entrepreneurs for a wide range of industry professions who will be able to influence and impact societies here and abroad. I am the Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs, 9 months now at UCC. But as a seasoned teacher educator for over 25 years in the United States, I realized the importance of being in lockstep with emerging technologies. As a special education expert, technology is also at the forefront of all our educational and intervention strategies and tools. So I'll share with you one aha moment I had. And it occurred when I supervised a student teacher some years ago. The classroom she was assigned as part of her teaching practice had a child with autism who was identified as nonverbal and was in his second year in the same third grade classroom. But during my first observation of my student teacher in the classroom, I recognized that the student was totally disengaged for the entire morning period. Even when he received prompting from his own teacher and his paraprofessional. Records also showed that he spends his school day scribbling, chipping paper, walking the halls, lying on the floor, or going to his therapeutic sessions. Then I remembered brain rush and some materials I had gathered from a conference I went to in Maryland that same year. You see, brain rush was one of Bushnell's forays as an entrepreneur. This company develops educational software using video game technology. It takes curriculum content in any subject area and creates engaging mini games and computer activities. So I took the materials, shared them with my teacher, my student teacher, and we set about to adapt the next 4 lessons for our student with autism. We wanted to see if he would learn something, anything, or even if he would engage in an activity or so. And this is where theory meets practice, informed only by the on-the-spot applied research. Single subject research, to be exact. My student teacher knew that she had to draw from her previous coursework, where she got all the theories from, and her earlier field-based learning experiences, where she saw some practice, to be able to manage the task ahead. Remember, this is her last semester, she's graduating to become a teacher, and this is her practice session. But as disability experts, We know that every child with autism is unique, and what works for one child would not necessarily work for another child using the same applications. We must be vigilant observers and take notes of every behavior, regardless of how inconsequential it may seem to others. We must be creative and able to adapt easily. We must also be very patient, as change may occur very slowly or inconsistent. But as special educators, we hold the philosophy that every child can learn. We just need to know how to teach differently. So how did this experiment work out? Do you care to know what happened? In short, and I really got to make it short, the child completed all the activities for each lesson long before the rest of his classmates, and did so correctly using the computer. We had to quickly adapt more lessons to keep him occupied. And before long, we decided to up the ante, develop higher level and more complex assignments. By the middle of the semester, our data that we were collecting, running records and assessments, showed that he was performing at 2 grades higher than his age-level peers in the 4th grade. Remember, he was in the 3rd grade for 2 years. So he was already performing 2 grades higher than his own age level, particularly on math and science, all while not communicating verbally. He used simple body gestures, not official sign language, and the picture communication system that we call PECS to communicate. That's where you use pictures and you hand it to your teacher to tell them what you want, how you feel, and so on and so forth. As I interacted with him, I realized he made certain vocalizations, mostly unintelligible babbling. But I also recognized word strings in between the babbling, which indicated to me that with focused and intensive speech and language therapy, the possibility for 1, 2, or 3 word phrases and even short sentences was likely. The semester was ending, and on my last scheduled visit to the classroom, this child ran to the door, held it open, and said loudly in plain English, "Please stand, boys and girls, and say thank you and goodbye to Dr. Paul." His teacher stood speechless. Well, I was speechless. A couple of children started praising him, and some were in amazing, saying, "He can talk, he can talk." Oh, but for technology and what we call adaptive practice in special education. Following this encounter, the principal invited me to work with the teachers in her school in designing and adapting the general education curriculum to meet the needs of her special education students. This also led to parent workshops, with the child's parents as the chief advocates and organizers. You can just imagine how they felt. So I am delighted that we are all here, embracing this digital age and exploring the opportunities, countering the challenges, and leading innovative research. I warmly welcome our keynote speaker for today, Mrs. Michelle Stewart McCoy, Educational Developer at the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning at UWI Mona. Please welcome Dr. McCoy. I also welcome our local and international faculty colleagues who are online, and university partners, our student researchers, and all the industry panelists who will enlighten us today with their research presentations and practical insights. It is our desire to ensure that our nation has its full complement of well-informed industry leaders and entrepreneurs. And this begins with molding our students to become research scholars. So welcome, students, to this lived experience of attending and participating in a research conference. I hope the experience here will ignite your interest to delve into research, for it is research that informs and guides theory and practice. Regardless of your career choice, see, I was an educator, special educator at that, you will learn that it is research that tells you what works and what doesn't work. It helps you to solve problems, stay up to date with trends in the field, share new knowledge, and make good decisions to be successful. I know that conferences like these provide an avenue for students to gain more knowledge, hone their skills, and demonstrate the ethical values that can put them at the forefront of change. As your academic leader, I encourage you to brainstorm your ideas and explore the viability of those ideas by engaging in research now. You do not have to be a graduate student completing a master's thesis to begin research. Meet and discuss your ideas and listen to other people's views about research and the issues, especially in this digital age. See, in my former life in the US, I had students, many of whom were Caribbean born, and most of whom were Jamaicans, at the bachelor's degree level, who conducted research, presented at conferences, and published their work in reputable journals by the time they graduated with their bachelor's degree. You can do it here too. You also have the means to the end. UCC's own journal, the Caribbean Journal of Applied Innovation and Research, where your work can be published and seen by all and sundry. This is where I want to see more of our UCC students, working with faculty to conduct futuristic research and publish your work. Work that can impact lives, your communities, the country, and our world. The time is now, not tomorrow, not next week. So, carpe diem. We are glad that you've joined us. Enjoy the rest of the day's proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Paul. I think we can clap her better than that. As I sat there and I listened to the remarkable story that she shared about that student, I said to myself, Dr. Veronica, that's what makes this conference theme so fitting, you know, embracing the digital age. Sometimes there is something that's happening in the atmosphere, whether it be technology or finance, and person will think that, oh, that doesn't include me. But then I'm reminded that if you fail to prepare, you must prepare to fail. So all of us here today must seek to embrace this digital age. It doesn't matter your gender, it doesn't matter your age, and that was made quite clear yesterday, where we were so challenged by our guest speaker, Dr. Marlene Forrester, as she shared with us our own journey in the digital age. So we need to get with it. Is that all right, everybody? We need to get with it. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're in for another, wow, sumptuous meal of knowledge. So at this time, I'm going to call on Dr. Tashika Burris Melvin to come at this time to introduce our guest speaker. And as they would say when you're about to take off, fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be a great ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to introduce to you our keynote speaker for today's session. Mrs. Michelle Stewart McCoy. She brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the world of education and to the realm of educational technologies in particular. With over 30 years of dedicated service, Mrs. Stewart McCoy has made significant contributions as an educator locally, regionally, and internationally at both the secondary and tertiary levels of education. She currently serves as the Faculty Educational Developer at the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning, CETL, at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. Mrs. Stewart McCoy plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of teaching and learning through her faculty training session, tutorials, and courses. She also serves as the facilitator for the Certificate in University Teaching and Learning program at UWI Mona and holds the prestigious position of chair for the Online Faculty Development Committee, which is a committee that serves the UWI-verse. Michelle identifies as an enthusiast who dabbles, but having had weekly interactions with her and having the ability to sit at her feet and from a front row seat, she's best described as an expert and a trailblazer in the field. Her commitment to professional growth is evident through her many accolades, including her designation as a Professional and Organizational Development Network 2022-23 Donald B. Wolf Diversity Fellow, and having received the UTEC's President Award for Instructional Excellence in Teaching in 2018. In addition to her academic roles, Mrs. Stewart McCoy is the voice of Professora on the popular show Spanglish, which airs on RJR every Tuesday morning. Her multifaceted expertise is further underscored by her roles as an author, foreign language educator, curriculum developer, published researcher, instructional designer, workshop presenter, digital game creator, content developer, resource consultant, Moodle administrator, mentor, mother of one, and big sister to 3 siblings. Her research interests reflect her passion for innovation in higher education. She has authored, co-authored, and presented papers on numerous topics covering various fields in higher education. Mrs. Stewart McCoy is dedicated to advancing the use of e-learning technologies in developing countries, establishing Caribbean-based learner profiles and personas, maximizing the potential of learning management systems in education, and pioneering the integration of digital gamification and game-based learning in higher education in the Anglophone Caribbean. And so at this time, I am pleased to introduce and to welcome Mrs. Stewart McCoy as she presents us with some bits and bytes, or perhaps some quantum leaps that we need to take on how we can enhance digital literacy in higher education. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Stewart McCoy.
That wasn't me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Paul, deans, vice deans, lecturers, heads of units, visitors, friends, well-wishers, both on-site and online, thank you very much. Now, I have a disclaimer. I am not an expert. I dabble. And as an enthusiast who dabbles, I am open to exploring. That's one. Two, we're here for a discussion. So although what I have to say you may have heard before, because education is about re-entry and revisiting, we also need to reinforce some of the points that I'll be making. So those are my disclaimers, and I'm going to start with a little joke. Now, the joke is more for me than it is for you because I'm nervous. When I heard Dr. Tomlinson saying she remembers when apple was a fruit, I thought that I would start with that joke, and then she went on and I said, oh God, I can't do that one. So my question to you is, who knows what is written on Steve Jobs' tombstone? Nobody? I'll tell you. I came, I saw, I conquered, iPod, iPad, iPhone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we're talking today about embracing the digital age. And a key component of that, of course, is the whole matter of digital literacy and how we can enhance. Because truth be told, we are engaging in digital technologies. We are engaging in digital literacy, different components of it. So we're looking at how can we enhance that which exists. Now, one of the things that I tend to ask, where are we? Where do we find ourselves? So I have something here for you to just take a quick look at and tell me, where do you find yourself? Just by show of hands. Now, whatever happens here with this particular question stays here and online, of course. So where do we find ourselves? Take a quick minute to think about, as it relates to the technologies, the use of the internet, the emerging tools, where do you find yourself? Are you somebody who say, okay, bring it on, I'm ready, you know? I was born for this. Or are you somebody who says, okay, it seems doable, I can do this? Or do you find yourself going, yeah, whatever? Or are you the, oh God, another one, how many are there? Or do you say, nah, hell no, not me. Not going there. So just by show of hands, bring it on. Okay? Okay, it seems doable. All right. Yeah, whatever. Another one? How many are there? Nah, not me. Okay, now the reason I asked a particular question is because there's a study that was done by Reyes and Jones in 2018, and they looked at the feelings of students and staff as it related to the emerging technologies. And one of the interesting things was that most persons, depending on the university that they had focused on, were overwhelmed. They were at, oh my goodness, when does it stop? Even though we know that technology changes, there were the concerns that it doesn't give you a chance to get used to what exists before there is a new version, an upgrade, a different strategy. And so about the range was 73 to 79% of persons were overwhelmed, frustrated, cautious where the technology is concerned. And this is something that we need to bear in mind when we are thinking about extending, enhancing, or creating a framework in which our digital literacy is something that is strong. We are reminded, of course, of what COVID did to us. COVID brought us all to the edge of chaos. So we had issues with the digital divide. And I'm sure you can remember, it wasn't too long ago, we had students and staff who had access issues. We had internet issues. We had quality issues. So the digital divide was there. We found out that there was a wide range of skill levels. People who were non-starters and people who were great and people who were willing to explore on their own. And so we had to work with that. Then, of course, there was the resistance to change. We were told that in this online space, we have to use new strategies, new approaches, new tools, and we held on to what we were used to. We used to do it this way, and it used to work. Why can't we just do the same thing, just in a different location? COVID also told us that there was a lack of training right across the board for administrators, for educators, for students, and our other stakeholders. And one of the things that I want to point out is that although COVID brought us here, COVID also underscored some things that we whisper about in the dark, that we knew existed, but we figured that if we didn't talk loudly enough, it wouldn't be so much of a concern. And so we had something that we also call digital fatigue, because we had everything coming at us fast and furious. And yes, I found out that Zoom fatigue was a real thing. We also had issues with privacy concerns. You know, people's information was now out in the space. We didn't have the kind of protocols and guidelines to tell us that we shouldn't have students' face being flung all over the place when we're showcasing. So we had privacy concerns. We had quality concerns as well. We found out that we simply were patching up things very quickly and putting them together and passing them through the system and having them as policies and documents that are considered valid. And we also had pedagogical challenges, because in faculty development we realized that there were a number of skills that needed to be enhanced, and we also realized that our faculty were not the only persons who were lost. We also had issues with our students. We assume erroneously that because our students are always head down on a device, that they were able to simply transfer these skills into a teaching and learning context. So we got the shock of our lives. And then, of course, there were the assessment issues. Because there was a problem of the digital divide, we therefore decided that we would have a final exam and have it open for a week, because there were students who were going to have issues with connecting and students who couldn't find a device in time and so forth. And so all of this, of course, impacted our quality assurance processes. And we then found out that we had accessibility challenges. We knew that these existed, but they were highlighted even more when COVID hit us. So there was the matter of how do we ensure that all our students who come to us have the same kind of quality in the learning material that we're getting? How do we ensure that the images did not affect those who had visual challenges? And how do we ensure that the information that was only audio, that our students who had hearing challenges could benefit? This meant more work for us, because we could, as Professor Paul said, no child should be left behind. So COVID was a blessing in disguise. It was horrible. It was horrific. You know, it made us stand up and pay attention to where the gaps were. And so, and of course there was the costing, because we found out that we had we were online, but online meant that we had to invest in software and programs and platforms, and therefore these were the issues that came to the fore. And not to mention the technical issues. When this didn't work and you kept jabbing and jamming and calling, and the frustration grew. Now, when we think about digital literacy, we looked back largely at what COVID brought to us. And we found out that in this age of disruption, this age of digital technology and continuance, and we're told that it's here, it's only going to get bigger and better. We found out that the whole idea of being digitally literate was critical, not just for our faculty, but also for our students and for our administrators and for other stakeholders with whom we interacted. But what exactly is digital literacy? Anybody care to offer an opinion? We're talking here. What is digital literacy? Some persons will tell you A, and some persons will tell you B, and some persons will tell you that it is a combination of B and C. And so the definitions for digital literacies may change, but there is a common thread when you listen to the definitions. Now I have three that I'm going to share. The first one is from UNESCO, and this is from their 2018 guide. It says that digital literacy is the ability to access, to manage, understand, integrate, communicate, and create information via digital technologies, and to do so appropriately. Okay? The one from EDUCAUSE, which is in 2019, says that it is the ability to create, to use and evaluate digital information in various forms via a range of skills. And from the learning.com blog, which is this year, this is 2023, it says that it is possessing the knowledge and skills and attitudes to use technology tools effectively and safely. So when we look at these definitions and any other definitions that you may hear of what exactly is digital literacy, you will find that there is an emphasis on knowledge, awareness, and proficiency or fluency, if you will. And so if we are going to embrace this digital age, it means that we have to ensure that we are competent, that we are knowledgeable, and we are aware of what exactly this digital environment looks like, what it feels like, how it operates, and how we can integrate almost seamlessly into this world. I tend to refer to it as Digiterra. So what exactly are the different components? So we know that it's about having an attitude, having a knowledge base, and having a set of competencies. And there are several categories that you will find depending on what you read or with whom you speak. What I'm about to share with you is a combination of what came from the UNESCO Digital Competence Framework and the British Columbia set of guidelines. They called it a basic frame. So we have problem solving, and this is in no particular order. Problem solving, digital safety, information, and data literacy. Some categories will tell you information, media, and digital literacy. Then there is a whole matter of communication and collaboration and digital content creation. Now, when we think about problem solving, what does that entail? As someone who is working within a digital frame, we have to think about solving technical problems. So we are talking about hardware and software problems on any kind of device, okay? So your phone, your laptop, your computers, basic software and hardware problems. But we're also talking about what exists on platforms or learning management platforms or web pages or blogs and so forth. So how can we go about solving the glitches, okay, without referring to it as an ID10T issue? Now, so problem solving also has to do with identifying needs and technological responses. So it's more than just looking at a problem that you have been made aware of and then saying, okay, this is how you fix it. It's also ensuring that you don't have the problem any at all. So if you can find a way to identify the needs of your institution, of your unit, of your establishment, and say that these are the possible areas based on the needs, the need analysis, and these are the responses that are likely to work with these issues. So that is a part of problem solving. Of course, it is also a matter of advancing creative use of technologies. So yes, everybody knows that we can use WhatsApp, all right? Everybody knows that we can use PowerPoint. But can we go further in using something as basic as PowerPoint? We use it for presentation. Did you know that you can use PowerPoint for videos, for interactive lessons, for branching lessons, for games, okay? So there are a number of things that you can do with the tools that you currently use, but you are taking it several steps higher. And this is a part of the problem solving strategy. And then of course, identifying the digital gaps. Now, when we talk about the digital competence gaps, we're not talking about faculty only. And we refer to faculty a lot because within an educational context, we have faculty and we have students. So, and the faculty are the ones who guide the students. However, when we talk about our digital competence gaps, we need to consider all stakeholders, okay? Where do the weaknesses lie? How do we address these weaknesses? Do we have a database that we collect information over the years so that we can see whether these gaps are widening or these gaps are becoming smaller? So this is a part of the problem solving aspect. And then we talk about information and digital data literacy. And I won't be able to go too much into each given the time constraints, but I just want to go through the bullet points. When we talk about information and data literacy, almost everybody feels comfortable with the whole idea of searching the internet or searching some digital database and finding the information you need. But then beyond that, there is the idea of filtering well and storing the information that we find. Do we know how to do that and do that well? Do we know how to evaluate the information that we have found, the tools that we are using, the content that we have found, okay? Do we know how to manage what we have? The tools, the software, the database, the content, and do we know how, that is from cut and paste, okay? So when, in the days when we used to talk about cutting, it was with a knife. Now it is on, yes. So communication and collaboration has to do with how do we engage with the different technologies? How do we share with others using these different technologies? Can we go beyond simply using the telephone, text messages, WhatsApp messages, email messages, social media posts? Are there other ways that we can share information, and do we know what these are even if we don't use them? Because literacy is not only about use, it's also about being aware. You know, so we talk about the awareness as well. And so we also talk about engaging as good citizens in this digital space. And there are those who refer to the term as digizens. I always pronounce it digizens because of how it's spelled. So being good digital citizens. And what does that mean? If you're a good citizen in the physical world, what would being a good citizen in the digital world look like? And then of course there's the collaboration. You know, I shared a Dropbox folder with some colleagues of mine, and the only good thing that came out of that particular sharing the first time we did it was that I was the owner and the creator and I could put the files back. We're not very good at sharing. And so a part of the digital literacy is learning and mastering how do we co-create, how do we collaborate well, how do we understand what a Google Drive really does and how the tracking works and the history and so forth. So that has to do with communication and collaboration. And then of course, while we do so, we know that when you come into a room, you say good morning, that you don't shout at people across the room in the physical space. There are a set of norms and guidelines for us in the online space as well. So some of them that we know that you never ever write in all caps because it sounds as if you're angry and you're shouting at persons. Okay, you never start an email, yow. All right, so these are some of the things that we also need to not just be aware of, but we need to engage in. You know, practice makes perfect. And our digital identity. You know that anything you put online stays online, even when you delete it. Yes, and therefore developing an identity that shows us as responsible users is good, and developing our footprint, our digital footprint, and not so much our digital shadows. So we want to be able to put our feet down and ensure that what we do is a deliberate action, not something that is cast because of something else. So we need to develop and be aware of what exactly our digital identity is, what does it say about us, and do you know that your digital identity has so much to do with what you do next in a job interview? Do you know that people are now going online, looking at your Facebook profile, if it's open, looking on your Instagram, looking at the quality of your post. So we have to ensure that that identity that we create for ourselves in this digital space is one that is respectful, is one that is outstanding, so that we can develop this whole idea of being an exceptional citizen. Digital safety. So when I said that one of the things that COVID taught us was that we were not really adhering to privacy guidelines and laws, is that it's one of these things. We had to now look at what exactly do we mean by digital safety, and how do we ensure that we are being safe online, and that our students and others and the files that we are storing are safe. So we have to understand the threats that exist. So there's more than just fake news out there. There's phishing, there is malware and pirateware and all kinds of wares out there which are not good for this digital world that we are talking about. I'm so sorry. And so we have to understand what these threats are, and we have to understand how not just to identify them, but how to avoid them if needs be. And if we have an attack, we need to know how exactly to address it with minimal risk to our clients or students or colleagues. We have to be in the process of protecting our personal data. So I asked someone to enter her password on a system she was using, and she entered her password. And I said, "That's your password?" And she said, "Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we need to go beyond that, because hacking is a skill. It's a real skill. Hackers aren't all bad people. But if you have information that has confidential data, you need to have something that goes beyond 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I give you one, password. What's your password? Password. All right. So we need to develop the skills where we're able to create passwords and logins that make it difficult, not impossible, but difficult for others to have access to this information. We need also to consider our health and wellness. Now, one of the things that came out, and I'm sure that you may have seen the data and seen the reports and so forth, was that our health suffered because we had so much time sitting in front of a device. So we had eye issues, we had back issues, we had finger problems, we had foot problems, every problem that you could think of. And so we are encouraged to be mindful of this. You have some frameworks now that say use a 20-20-20 version, which says 20 minutes you are on the screen and then you look away for 20 seconds and then, you know, something like that. So you have different strategies and frames that are being put in place just now. So we have to learn how to safeguard our health and wellness. And then we have to think about the use, how often we use these tools and what are the implications for the physical environment. I was listening to RGR where Paula Ann was talking about our carbon emission. And I thought, okay, that only came from cars. But apparently there is that physical threat to the environment based on the tools we use, how we discard of them when they're done, and so forth. So all of these things that, you know, come as a part of the safety component, the safety category of digital literacy. I did tell you that it was wide, didn't I? For the digital content creation now, I know that most of us are comfortable creating content. So we can create our PowerPoint presentations and our Word documents and our blogs and so forth. And for most of us, we can edit with ease. And we know how to convert files and adjust them and so forth. But it's also about integrating and re-elaborating. So you may get some files from someone who says, go ahead, use them, change what you need. That kind of knowledge and skills we also need to have. So we need to know how to use something that already exists with the relevant permissions, of course, and enhance it for our respective context. So when we talk about embracing the digital age, we need to look at where we need to be, the ideal place. Now for me, the ideal place would probably be on a beach in Montego Bay with a margarita on my hand. But since we're talking about the digital environment, we should ideally have a space where our stakeholders are saying, okay, bring it on, I was made for this, you don't faze me, and okay, this seems doable. Right now, if we are honest, we will find that we're not yet there. We are working on it. We know we have power users, we have early birds, we have innovators, but largely we still have our agnostics, those who still question everything, those who are skeptical, and we have what I refer to as our lurkers, shirkers, and non-workers, those who you have to grab by the hair, dragging and screaming, I'm not going, I'm not going. And so, how do we enhance our digital literacy? I have a couple of suggestions. All right, that's where we want to be. Should it be in bits and bytes, little by little, or should we do a big jump? All right, it really depends on what it is we want. I would say have a big picture, okay? Have a plan that outlines everything that we want to do. And with the plan, it is easier for us to go granular and to work bit by bit on what it is we want to achieve. So what does that look like? First, I would say have in place, so it may be devise, create, develop, or revisit your educational development framework. Now, I did not say your faculty development framework because this for me is a far more wide-reaching concept and framework. So when we're talking about our educational development framework, we are talking about our faculty, we're talking about our students, we're talking about our administrators, we're talking about our external stakeholders. So our framework should be one that encompasses all immediate relevant stakeholders. And within that framework, we have to go through the whole idea of learning, unlearning, and relearning. This is something that I tend to use a lot. It's part of my philosophy. So Alvin Toffler was the one who said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write. Rather, it will be those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. We have reached a stage and we have seen that education has been disrupted. We have virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, ChatGPT is boss among most of us. We have AI that is creating presentation. So we know that we have a disruption on our hand. This cannot go. You know, we started out with apple being a fruit. No, apple is a whole system. And so we have to consider that, yes, there was value in what we learned, but this is the day where we start to chip away at what we learned, because so many things have evolved and have come in place that we have to go through that process of unlearning most of what we have learned and relearning new strategies, new technologies, new platforms, new mindsets, so that we can go forward. And I'm reminded by Bob Marley, who says that we need to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because none of us, so this is an individual task. Each person has to go through that process of looking at what it is we know, because we know this, we learned it, we have applied it. Look at what is happening, remove what needs to be removed, and embrace, acknowledge, accept strategically, judiciously, but we have to unlearn and relearn. Now, in this unlearning and relearning process, what do? How does that look? Well, first of all, self-assessment. Okay? We have to assess ourselves, and this is for every stakeholder. So as staff, we need to look at what are we comfortable with? What do we truly know? Do we need to create some kind of survey, some kind of readiness kit for both students and faculty? Do we need to have one for our administrators? So we need to engage in a self-assessment, and we need to be honest about it. I know that in a public space, because you don't really want to feel cute, especially if everybody's saying that, oh, I'm not a novice, I'm not a novice, oh, I'm an expert, I'm an expert, oh, I am intermediate, high intermediate. You go feel odd to say, why, me just a come. But the whole idea is we need to be honest. If we're going to advance, if we're going to move forward, we need to be honest in our self-assessment. Look at what it is you know, do the surveys. Some exist, some you can create depending on the context. And start out with that self-assessment. And not just for faculty, but also for students. Let the students also do this. You know, there is power and empowerment in going through something to say, this is where I am located. And then we develop a database. Now, the database is good because it helps us to monitor and to keep track of what it is we have. So if we have a database of staff, the different tools that they use, students as well, administrative staff or examiners, if we have a database to say that these are what the skill sets look like, these are what the tools that are in use, it makes it a little bit easier for us to then make recommendations as to how to proceed. You know, maybe we could consider these tools, and then training, look at the cost and the bigger plan. So within this framework, we need to look at database development. And then of course there's training for faculty, training for students, training for administrators, training for all stakeholders. And the training should not be initial. So you shouldn't have one and done. It should be ongoing. So you have a series of startup training, and then you keep having training, because currency is key. And because of how quickly the technology changes, we need to ensure that we're kept abreast of what is happening. And then because digital literacy is so wide, we also cannot do everything in an initial training. So we need to ensure that training is ongoing and that it is methodological, all right? There is a clear plan, there's a bigger goal as to how your training plan will look. Then there is the peer and cross-generational teaching and learning. Now, you remember the days when we used to go to school and the teacher didn't know everything and you never know nothing? Those days are dead, just as dead as this can be. And so we encourage, as a part of this framework, peer and cross-generational teaching. You'd be amazed at what the person beside you knows that you don't know. So we encourage peer, whether it's among the student population or the admin population or the faculty, and we also encourage cross-generation. It's not only old people who want to know everything, you know, especially in an age where we find that so many of our students coming into the institutions, they're born in this era. You know, I am a hybrid. I sort of come from the book, physical book and the e-book generation, and I get confused most times. But the people who fall on either this side or that side have concrete information that can be shared. All right, so there's that. And then there's curriculum integration. We have to not just tack it on. So you're going to think of using digital gamification in your courses, and you sort of jam it on as a last minute thought. In one of the courses that you're teaching, it has to be on a higher level. It has to be something that is well thought out, and that you see how well it can be integrated, that your learning outcomes point to it, that your assessments, if need be, have something that has to do with this. So you have to ensure that there is that curriculum review that says, where exactly can these digital technologies be placed? We are moving towards becoming more digital literate, and as such, we want to demonstrate that we are having a handle, that we can manipulate and master these areas. Where do we put it? How do we put it? When do we put it? How much do we put? So these are some of the hard questions that we need to ask. And then, of course, we need to consider our technical support system. What kind of tech support are we thinking of? What kind of tools are we thinking of? Who are we setting up the tech support for? Will we have a system that is tiered? Will we have a layer? What are the kinds of outputs that we're thinking of? Are we thinking of having support that is simply a call-in? Will we have a text-based component? Are we going to have a ticket system? Will we be having guides, self-help, FAQs, videos? So think about the technical support system, because this is going to be crucial if you're starting out with a new educational development framework, because with everything there will be your teething pains, and so you want to ensure that you have a support system that's in place. And then you are going to look at what tools exist. Now, a lot of technology tools exist, and they work very well, but some of them are not for the Caribbean yet, and certainly not for Jamaica. So one of the things that you'll have to do is you look at the tools and you say to yourself, can we afford this? How long will it take for us to learn this? How quickly can we get it into the system? We're thinking of curriculum integration. How does that work? So you explore the tools that exist. Many tools, especially when the pandemic hit us, had a free component and a paid component. Look at the tool. Is the free component enough? Can we invest in the premium version? If we do we have a budget for it? How long will we use a premium version for? Can we eventually create something that works in a similar way? So we have to look at that when we're thinking of our framework. And then for online resource creation, instead of having students come back every day, Miss, how I do this again? Or are you talking to 100 persons about the same thing? Is there a central repository where we can have our resources? Okay, can we put guides? Can we put our syllabi? You know, can we put our course outlines? Will we only be putting our support guides there? So these are some of the things that we need to think of and create. Where do we have the talents that can do that? Can we find it among the student population? Is it external? And then when we're doing all of this, feedback is critical, all right? So don't hold back on how often you have your feedback tools and your loops and your strategies for evaluating. Look at the strength of it, the weaknesses. Are there gaps that need to be addressed? No. What do we do with the feedback that we get when we pilot it? How often will we do this feedback? When we are monitoring, what does it mean? How can we make adjustments and so forth? So the evaluation component is also critical. And the saying that it takes a village is true. Network. Pull upon your communities. You have partners. Use your partners. Bounce ideas, formally or informally. Have community meeting groups, online or physically. So use your networks, use your networking powers, and use your communities of practice, your student communities, and ensure that you keep that kind of dialogue going. Now, all right, let me go back a little bit. While we are doing all this, I tend to tell people that what we do is a labor of love, but it is also blood, sweat, and tears, okay? Someone reminded me that it is physical tears, but the tears that I refer to here has to do with the acronym, not mine, that stands for time. Do we have the time for this now? Okay, do we have the time for the learning curve? Do the students have the time? How quickly can this be put in place? So T is for time. E is expertise. Do we have the expertise? Do we have to source the expertise from outside? Does the expertise exist just in another department? Okay, so we think about the time, we think about the expertise. A, access. Do we have access to this now? If no, when? Does the Caribbean have access? I don't know if you have ever tried to purchase the Adobe Pro and you get, we're sorry, this is not available in your region. So think about access. Even when it comes to you trying to probably set up an escape room because you're testing this whole gamification concept. Do you have access to a room that you can set up? So think about your local access and think about external access. And what tools do you have access to? And think of access to in terms of the packages or the software or the apps that are freemium, you know, the level of access that you have. So A is access. TEAR. R refers to resource. What are the resources you need? And when we think about resources, we're not only thinking about the tools, we're also thinking about human resources, okay? So think about the resource, where it's coming from, how much it's going to cost, how quickly can we get this, factor in everything that has to do with the resources, and of course, support. Does your institution support this idea, this move? Do your colleagues support this? Do the students who you engage with support this? Will someone sign off and say, this is a good initiative, we're behind you? So this whole aspect of living in digital, of existing in this digital space, of enhancing and developing our digital literacy comes with blood, sweat, and tears. And so we need to be mindful of that as we go through, because if we're mindful of all of this when we're setting up our framework, it makes it a little easier for us to know what we can manage now and what we can put as a long-term plan. Now, how do we move from here to somebody who is smiling and ready for this? We have to be honest. We have to be honest with where we are located academically, technologically, mentally, Okay, so we have to be honest with ourselves when we are doing our evaluations or appraisals or our budgeting or planning or collaboration. We have to be honest. Be honest with who we have working with, be honest with our skill sets, be honest with our resources, be honest with our time. We have to be honest. That is one of the first things that we have to do. And then we take it in baby steps. This is where our bits and bytes are reinforced and highlighted again. Take it one step at a time. Those who know me will know that I always say that it was ambition that killed Caesar. So we take it one step at a time. Start small. If you start with something small and you get comfortable and you get your feedback, then you can add on that and do your layering. But start small. Don't take everything on at once, because we're going to be extremely overwhelmed, and then we will get frustrated and we'll give up on the process. Okay, keep the big picture in mind. You know, there's nothing so bad as having a general picture, and it's like a puzzle, and everybody has a different piece. It's like the blind man and the elephant story, and everybody's putting it somewhere else. So have a comprehensive, holistic guide, that plan that stays with everyone, so that as you work in these smaller pieces, you can see where you're going in the long run. So keep that big picture in mind. And be strategic with your plan, all right? Be aware that technology, digital technologies, and the development of digital literacy is just that. We are told that technology is a tool. E-learning technologies are just that, tools. And therefore, if you have a bad plan and you add technology to it, it's just a bad plan with technology. So we have to ensure that whatever it is we're doing, we are strategic about it, and that we are judicious in how we approach our plan and the different elements that we're going to integrate, while we consider the whole idea of enhancing our digital profile and enhancing our digital technologies. And we need to document, okay? When you test something, you document it and you date it, and you keep that documentation process going. It's one of our weaknesses. Well, certainly it's one of mine. I'm learning to be better at it. So we document the stages, we document the successes, we document the failures, we document the interventions. And while we do that, we share our process and we share our progress. And somewhere in there, have fun. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from me. Thank you so much as we work towards developing or enhancing, because I did say that we already have elements of this digital literacy, but it's wide, it's far-reaching, it has many moving parts, and so we have to create a framework within which we can operate and move forward. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Stewart McCoy, and don't go away too far. It's now time for our question and answer segment. Given the time frame, we will only be able to take about 3 or so questions, but we can all agree that Mrs. Stewart McCoy's presentation was quite enlightening, and so we have a first-hand opportunity to now pick her brain by asking those thought-provoking questions to see how, as a university community, we can implement some of the strategies, some of the best practices that she would have highlighted in her presentations. Do we have individuals or questions? Well, if they don't, I'm going to ask. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Dr. O.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very interesting presentation. One of the interesting things for me is that I'm actually seeing a link between some of the things that were said yesterday and today. For example, you spoke about cross-generational training and so on. And yesterday, Dr. Street Forest mentioned reverse mentoring, and how she's learning from young people, from interns that come in to the office and so on. And the other thing was where Trevor Forrest yesterday spoke about certain cultures that we have and that they're sticking with us and they're holding us back. And then you spoke about unlearning and relearning. But I wondered, what are some of the things that you think we can do practically? I mean, you've taken us through the sort of step-by-step and plans, but any examples of things that have worked, particularly for the unlearning and relearning?
Certainly. Well, one of the things that immediately pops in mind is that if we're going to go the route of unlearning and relearning, we need to start with what it is that we have ingrained. Okay? So we have to take a bigger picture at what are the different categories of the digital literacy that we want to begin with. All right? If it's about content creation, enhancing that, or if it's about safety, we then look at the key categories that we want to start with, and then we look at what do we know and who has the knowledge, who has the skills. So if we create a basic database here, what it is we know, who has it, skills, knowledge, that sort of thing, it makes it a little bit easier for us to then say, all right, these are some of the things that we no longer need. So we have always considered putting students' ID number when we put things online with their names and their faces and so forth. This probably means that at this particular point we have to create a basic guide where we ask permission, have the signatures, may we have your permission to showcase your face, because we are going to be engaging in a program which will have your information, your engagement posted on the internet. So that is something that is very basic. We can then look at the whole idea of ethics. We may have some persons who we haven't really thought seriously about ethics because we have always operated in a face-to-face space. Very few of us think about ethics in terms of the digital component. So then we look at, what do we not know? Where do we get the information that exists? Where do we turn to? Which one of the database can we look at? Can we reach out to the library at this point? Are there any of our colleagues who are doing a paper or research, or they have gone through this? I'll give you one. The whole idea of artificial intelligence and its generative power. We need to ask ourselves, how bad is it for us as it relates to our assessments? What do we know about it? What is the very minimum that we need to know about it? How do we create within our curriculum, within our basic communication protocols, different pieces of information that speaks to the use of, well, the healthy use of AIs as well. How do we cite? How do we refer? We are encouraged to cite. What do we do? Do we have templates and samples? So these are some of the things that we can start. Have that kind of discussion where we look at what is it that we already know, that we are experts on? What is it that we're going to be focusing on where we're talking about the digital literacy components? And what do we now need? And these are some practical ways that we can begin. Now, when we begin that journey, you will realize that the pieces begin to expand, and you're finding that, oh, our partners here did this, and oh, we have a guideline here, and oh, we have a student who did something here, we can have a discussion. So these are just a few things just popped in my head that we could start looking at and developing that outcome-based and that evidence-based set of products.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No? All right, so I'm going to ask my question. So we know that there's a vast array of digital tools that are available to us, right? So how do you suggest UCC prioritize and navigate the selection of tools that can align with enhancing digital literacy without overwhelming faculty as well as the student population.
All right, so for that one, I would say start with the tools that you already have. Most of us, with the tools that we currently have, we are making very, very basic use of those. So one of the things that we need to do is start with the tools that we currently have and enhance those skills, because it can get crazy. You know, there are so many different tools there and so many versions and alternatives to the tools. But I would say make a list. Again, I'm going back to the listing. Make a list of what currently exists among your student population, among your faculty, among your administrators. And then this is where you would have to do some kind of survey to get the feedback on how well these tools are used, how much knowledge people know, you know, how much do they know, how often do they use it, what do they use it for. And then from there you build on that. Now, if you see, when you look at that kind of data, when you have collected that and you see that, all right, most persons can manipulate this very well. We probably don't need to do anything much. I would say look at your outcomes, okay? What is it that you want at the end of this particular semester this year? And then based on that, you can make a list of possible tools. So you'll have your outcomes and you would say, if we're talking about creation here, we would have to, and if we're talking about content creation, multimedia creation, we could look at video creation tools which are reasonable, which are affordable, which are accessible, and which have a small learning curve, because we still have to consider the tiers aspect, the time, the expertise, the access, the resource, and support aspect. So then you can make a list of your tools. And it is good if when you create that kind of database of where your staff is and the tools that they're using, you also have a database of the tools that you will use and when. And you make this public so people are aware of what it is that exists, where they can find it, and have that kind of accompanying guides that is specific to the UCC community. I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you, Dr. Obo. Thank you. All right, so Mrs. Stewart McCoy, I just want to extend heartfelt gratitude on behalf of UCC and the 2023 Conference Planning Committee for your exceptional keynotes presentation, your insights on bits and bytes, because you're not encouraging us to take quantum leaps at this time, right? Right. To enhance digital literacy in the higher education space. It was inspiring and enlightening. Your expertise, your passion, right, for this subject matter was very evident, and your ability to convey these concepts in such a way that is, you know, inviting, welcoming, despite the challenges we know that are associated with this field. It captivated the audience, didn't you? Weren't you? Yes, right? Your presentation has undoubtedly sparked meaningful conversations among us all, and so we thank you for dedicating your time, sharing your knowledge with us. Your contributions have left an indelible mark on this conference, and I believe your insights will continue to drive progress and innovation in the realm of digital literacy in higher education. And I'm hoping that it will also foster and forge some meaningful collaboration from you to the UCC family. And so we thank you so much for coming and sharing today. All right, at this time, we are going to be taking a short break, 10 minutes. Please observe the time frame, 10 minutes, and then we come back right to this room at 11 a.m. for our next session on education in the digital society.
back. What an interesting, intriguing, and certainly food for thought discussion that we had this morning. It sends us into the mode that we begin to ask ourselves these questions. Where are we positioned in this digital age? And for some of us, we know that we can't afford to be left behind. Regardless of how we feel, we must take that quantum leap. Or is it that we're going to take a bite, or is it just a bit? But whatever it is, the reality is that the change is here and we must adjust. I want to share my own experience, as I was saying to some colleagues, about my own adjustment in the digital space. So I recall a few years ago, I was getting these messages, and at the beginning of all of these messages, I would see GM. So I was very intrigued, like, why would everybody, be addressing me as GM? As a very religious person, I was thinking maybe they were actually prophesying over my own life. Since I was a manager, maybe they saw a higher role coming in my future. And I kept wondering, this GM, everybody, until it became very pronounced. And then I had that light bulb moment, and I recognized that GM was actually good morning. And I'm sure that for many of us, we have had those moments when we said, wow, this is what is actually happening. And again, I want to reiterate that at UCC, we're always at the cutting edge of technology. And this conference is what is setting the pace for the new leg of this journey. At this time, we're going to be having 3 presenters who will be coming on in different sections, and they're all online. And so we ask you again to, just open up your mind and begin to embrace this new era. And we'll be focusing in this section on education in the digital society. I had my GM moment, and I'm sure if one of the things that we learned just now is to be honest, and I'm sure that other persons would have had their own moments as well. It could have been an SHM moment. Yours was a BRB. So I'm sure we all had our moments at some point. So at this time, we'll be having in 15 minutes in these 15 minutes blocks, we're going to be having a number of researchers who have completed work for most, and they'll be presenting on different topics. And the first presenter will be Mr. Singh, and he'll be addressing early career academics experience of Twitter conference back channel, a phenomenographic study. And we ask of you that you listen. We'll be having time for question and answers, and as I said, all these presenters are on Zoom, and he'll be followed immediately by another presenter, so we will introduce them in those blocks. But at this time, we want to welcome Mr. Singh, who is a reader in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Guyana. Welcome, Mr. Singh. Put your hands together.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear via technology.
Well, I'm coming from Guyana, and it's been dry. It rained a bit just before the session started, but it's back to, so it's quiet and all of that. All right, thank you so much. I'm going to share my, and please let me know when you can. I have several monitors here that I'm working with, so I wonder if you can see my screen now. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation? Hello?
Not as yet, Mr. Singh.
Oh, I'm trying to, let me try again. Shares. Okay.
Yes, we're able to see now.
I have several screen here, so I'm wondering what mode you are seeing it in. Is it visible enough? Good
Yes,
enough?
but you could put it on the slideshow.
Yes, the trouble is I have several screen here, so I'm seeing it full here, so I have to figure out how to do that. See, let me try again. Sorry for, let let's see. Oh, I can't figure it out. Oh, I need to disconnect my second screen. And then try this again. Okay, sorry, just bear with me.
Excellent.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I have several screens that I work with, monitors, so I often forget that I need to disconnect them so that you can get this view. Okay, thank you again, and good morning, everyone. It was really nice to listen to the keynote and the previous presenters before, and I'm delighted to be participating in the conference. Thank you for accepting my work. I just want to quickly give you some thoughts about why my presentation might be of interest, at least to me. So I did not know of the UCC, your university, up until the point when an invitation arrived in my mailbox from my university. So my apologies, but that was my reality. Of course, having learned about the conference, immediately it was, I knew I couldn't travel, of course, for reasons related to resources and so on. But then I was quickly made aware that I could do a Zoom presentation. Apart from that, though, if I were not presenting, then how would I learn from, say, an event like this? If I can't be there, if I'm not aware, if I'm not doing a presentation, how do I do that? While at the same time, expectations are on me to progress, to produce the research, to show that I'm a worthy academic. And just taking that together, I think it's one of the reasons many years ago that I started to think about this problem and how might I as an individual take steps to overcome or address this problem. And I also wonder whether some in the audience, especially those who are early career, whether this experience might be yours too. So having said all of that, I think my study really is around understanding how early career academics address issues related to the kind of thing I just spoke about. So sorry I can't turn my camera on, but here is me. I am a real person. So I've given you a URL and a little picture of me. So I'll quickly go through several slides and I'll try to beat the time, so I'll be quick, but be happy to talk more if you need me to after. So if we listen carefully to the keynote speaker, and I think we all did, it's just a reminder that the academic landscape we operate in today is, well, it's complex, it's competitive, it's resource constrained, it's demanding, generally challenging, and especially for early career academics. Additionally, we are expected, and I would keep saying we because I'm just kind of moving out from early career into some other space, into some other level. But increasingly, we're expected to be more visible. There is a lot of emphasis on output, impact. We're expected to be more interactive, to grow up very quickly in academia, collaborate, and those things. And going back to the context that I shared earlier, that is not easy for many early career people, even in the developed world. For us in the developing context, the challenges are greater in some respects. So I'm finishing up my PhD at the moment, and I'm studying. My background is computer science and IT, but I'm interested generally in how people, and people in this case being academics, and to a lesser extent students, how they interact with digital spaces, and in particular I'm interested in online spaces, both from a design standpoint, so with my IT cap on, how can we design more interactive, productive spaces, but from the perspective of a social scientist, how do we study these spaces and what can we learn from them? And my aim really is to learn a bit more about what kinds of effects these spaces have on groups like early career academics. So this study is one part of my doctoral work, and it was for a module I did earlier during coursework. And I wanted to explore how early career academics who are using Twitter, which has now been rebranded, and of course there's a whole lot of complications around that rebranding and changing. And I think I put that little note in the bracket there as I was listening to the keynote speaker talking about digital literacy and us, learning and adapting and adjusting. I think by virtue of being in those spaces, and some of them are not controlled and owned by us, they complicate matters for us. The Twitter conference back channel essentially is a space run, managed, or set up by the use of a hashtag, which essentially allows for back channeling or things to be happening while, for example, conferences are going on. So I don't know if the UCU conference has a Twitter back channel or a social media back channel elsewhere, where people from the conference and other spaces can interact and engage. This work, the interest of it came out of my own experiences. Like I said earlier, I was grappling, and I'm still grappling with how do I, move forward with in my career, even as I am located in a very resource-constrained university context here. So I wanted to learn a bit more about what others were experiencing. We know quite a bit already about what others have told us about back channels, but a lot of the studies have focused generally around what people are doing, saying, and so forth. So for example, we know that it fosters a bit of networking, note-taking. People are joining conference back channels, they're picking up different things, they're, benefiting, as we would say. Of course, we know that there are issues as well. Issues around the value, distraction for those who are actually at the spaces themselves, multitasking, if you like. And of course, generally there's, change. And I would imagine now that with the rebranding of Twitter, for example, new ownership, new policies, this may even impact what happens going forward. What we don't know very much about, are about the experiences of early career. And why early career? Well, early career is a special time, as we all know, fraught with a lot of challenges, but also opportunities as well. It's a critical time for our development, and we're doing all of that, or trying to do all of that, in the context of the various challenges we may have. So I wanted to know a bit more about that. So I took the approach of phenomenography, which allowed me to explore how early career academics experience the back channel as a space. As I mentioned just now, phenomenography, as some of you are probably aware, is a method, or an approach, I should say, that looks to explore how people experience a phenomena, essentially to look at, or to arrive at, qualitatively different ways of doing so, and not necessarily looking for essences, which will be what phenomenology will be about. So a different methodology. This study happened during COVID, so I did Zoom interviews. I had a sample of 9 early career academics that I did in depth. Well, semi-structured interviews. They were roughly around 1 hour each. And I can tell you more about the methodology a bit later. Essentially, in phenomenography, you're looking at arriving at an outcome space from your data analysis, which should help you arrive at categories which you then put into a space. So I have what I call a working space, and I'm kind of settling on it now. I found 8 categories, which I've tentatively grouped into 3 pools of meaning, and I developed this language of pools from reading several pieces of work that referred to the groupings as pools. I mean, we can call them other things. So pool 1 looks at care. Pool 2 is about promotion of the self. And pool 3 is about networking and so on. And those 3 broad pools of meaning are what I arrived at. And in terms of, answering the question, what are the different ways that early career academics experience? So they experience it as a place where they can enact care, where they can promote themselves, and where they can engage in networking and open scholarship in that space. As I looked at my space and tried to think about what it might mean in a broader sense, I began to think that there is a fair bit of identity work and identity development that is underpinning a lot of what has been experienced. And so in this space, you notice at the bottom in the outline, I have identity, and this is what I think of as, what does this all mean for an early career academic? And perhaps not all, but what might it mean? So I found identity to be a cross-cutting construct. And so in the next 5 minutes or so, I'll quickly go through, so what does this all mean? Well, like I said just now, I see identity development and identity management as an overarching category that did not emerge from the experiences or from the pools, but as I think a bit more analytically about it, I am seeing that. And in fact, this has led into my thesis work, which I hope to talk about maybe next year at the conference again. So what we know about this is, and what does this mean for early career academics? Well, we know identity formation is pivotal for the growth, figuring out, learning, developing our sense of self, who we are, finding a place in the academy. We see quite a bit, saw quite a bit of that in the study and in previous studies, as we note here. So the back channel is a way of kind of helping to sort that, to let that be enacted and let it play out a little bit more. In terms of the actual pools themselves, care came out, and I know we talk now a lot about the pedagogy of care and the value of care in academia, and we know for early career academics now finding their way, this is a critical issue. So care for others, care for the profession itself, care for spreading ideas. I saw that coming out in some small ways. And so the whole notion of the ethics of care is something that I wrote a bit more about in a full paper from the study. Of course, that care happens in a if you can think of it this way, if you're picturing it in an overarching or context of promoting ourselves in some way, and that is one means of doing it by enacting care. And like I said, I'm still thinking about how the structure should be finally settled. But that is the way I think about it in terms of the outcome space. So promoting themselves, promoting their work, highlighting others and their work is something that emerged quite significantly, I think, from the interviews that I did. So magnifying the voices of others, helping to kind of present themselves as someone who is interested and who is involved in the kind of work that is being presented is something, is one way East early careers were, in my study in this case, were engaging the back channel. Of course, all of that happens in the broader context of networking and developing networking practices, and more broadly speaking, open scholarship. So early careers are developing their networking, their open practices, even while they were doing those other specific things that I looked at. So we knew already from previous studies that the back channel does facilitate this kind of networking and professional learning and so forth, and in a way widening the learning space or the learning ecologies of early careers. Emerging from all of this, I also wrote in the paper, and I might have missed it in one of my slides, that there is an underlying point about early careers using the space to push back at existing structures by taking the back channel in a way that allows them to share, to question, to ask, to create a parallel space or to be participants in a parallel space to a conference. I am thinking of that as a way of taking some control over how traditional academic work takes place. So I'm still thinking about that a little bit, about what it means. Because remember, the back channel doesn't have to be set up by the people doing the conference. This could be done independently and is often done that way. And it can go in many different ways. Sometimes there are lots of questions about why this, why not, and so forth. So in a way, it's kind of maybe tapping gently or pushing back at traditional academic practices. And so that's something that I think a little bit more about, and is elaborating in the paper. The paper is almost done. So what does this mean for practice? And I think my time is done, but what might this mean? Maybe not in our context, because the study was not done with participants from our, say, Caribbean context. But what might it mean, if anything at all, to broader, if at all we can draw anything from that? I think the issue of open practices is something that, and I think our keynote speaker hinted at this, or perhaps might have even given examples, embracing open practices. So universities, can we champion open practices, of which something like the back channel is one tiny instance of that? How about recognizing those who actually are out there openly practicing, engaging? Traditionally, these kinds of engagements have not and are not really recognized. How do we address that? I think that's something from a policy and a practice standpoint, maybe in terms of evaluation and so forth, that might be interesting to think about. And I'm actually arguing for this in my thesis because of what we think about impact and how early careers develop. There are clearly some different thoughts and measures about, that early careers think about with respect to that. Of course, our keynote did talk about digital divide, There has to be a lot of, if we were to embrace open practices like these, I think we've got to provide opportunities for early careers to learn how to do it, to address issues of privacy, harassment, and all the other things that open spaces are amenable to, or things that can happen. And maybe rethinking our practices. We had to do a lot of this during COVID. During the heart of COVID. How do we do this, or more of this, going forward? When we have things like conferences and other, activities that can benefit from more open opportunities, I should say. So thank you so very much. I know I was quick and I couldn't get into some of the other things I might like to talk about, but those are some of the thoughts that I had and I wanted to share with you. So thank you so very much, and apologies if I went beyond my time.
Thank you very much to our first presenter, Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh, I just have one question for you. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And myself, as currently an early career academic, at the end you gave us some policy examples, and I really think that is important in terms of the administration and how they can work. But do you have any specific recommendations when it comes to individual faculty members? How can they go about using this kind of tool to, as you said, because I'm particularly interested in the new part that you identified, getting our voices heard, pushing back against, established narratives. Do you have any recommendations for individual faculty, what we can do? Thank you.
I have yes, thanks. Great question. I have a lot of recommendations, but I'll encapsulate all by telling you what someone told me many years ago. They said, Len, try it, and very quickly you will find out what works for you and what doesn't work. And I think that's the essence of it, really. For me, it's been a long journey of figuring things out. And it helped me because I was interested in the practice itself, and I'm writing a little bit about it for my own publication, as you would have noticed so I think you got to try things out. There are lots of knowledge and lots of papers now, experiences about what worked and didn't work for people, so you got to kind of learn a bit about the space as well. But I would say number one really is you just take a dive, and if very quickly you will find out if it works for you. Of course, things change a lot. So for example, I've been a big Twitter user for a long time, and I can't tell you how much it has helped me in so many different ways. But now Twitter is changing, and of course that provides opportunities for further research. So my experiences can become the fertile ground on which I grow my ideas. But yes, you just take a step. Of course, you want to be careful as well, because out there can be very lonely, very dangerous. People, would harass you, especially if you're of a certain background and things like that. But I would say just do it. And learn from it, write about it, find opportunities to talk to others, share your experiences, and that's what I did, and I think that's about the best I can tell you. So I don't know if that's useful or that's safe at all, but that's what I would say.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Singh. Could we put our hands together for him? Is there any more questions? All right. Now, we want to thank you so very much, Mr. Singh. As early academicians, we can certainly say that one of the things that we have to do is we just have to try. We have to explore the technology. As he said, there'll be pros and there'll be cons, but we can't be left behind in this transformation age. At this time, we'll be having another research being presented by some of our own, both persons in the field of academia, as well as some of our students as well. And the topic that they were presenting on this afternoon is the effects of digital gaming on high school students, social and mental challenges for Jamaica and the Caribbean societies. So I want us to put our hands together for Dr. Duquan, Dr. Mohan, and two students, Lohan Warrell and Trudine Graham. Could you put your hands together for them? Come on, I know we can clap better than that, right? This is a lot of work that was put into these presentations. Welcome. They'll be joining. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, no, morning still. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your warm welcome. I do want to thank the organizing team for their very hard work in putting together this conference, and in the same breath, I want to say all protocols observed. I want to get straight into my presentation, before which I want to thank my team, Professor Mohan, and our very own students. So, I'm seeing a double screen here now. What's this all about? Wondering if you are seeing my screen? Can I get feedback?
Yes, we are.
Right, great. So, this is our presentation for the UCC's 7th Annual Conference 2023. The theme is Embracing the Digital Age, Opportunities, Challenges, and Innovation, and we chose a strand of education in the digital society. Our presentation is from the larger picture entitled Effects of Digital Gaming on High School Students, Academic, Social, and Mental Health, Challenges for Jamaica and Caribbean Societies. And our team comprises yours truly, Rhonda Dukwa, Professor Motra Mohan, and team comprising Toshna Worrell and Trudian Graham. The format of the presentation is the background, the problem statement and research questions, the literature review, the methodology followed by the method, data analysis, results, discussion, conclusion, recommendations, scope for research, and of course the references. The introduction. So we know about the exponential use of digital media and online gaming by high school students. As the digital age progressed, and I really want to thank our keynote speaker and VP Paul for their deliveries this morning, definitely on point with our...
Professor Mohan, just a second. We're not actually seeing the presentation, we're seeing the like a Word document. So okay. I'm not sure if you're using multiple screens, so yeah.
I'm not, but I'm Rhonda Dukwa, okay? So, this is the PowerPoint. Let me try again. What are you seeing now? Can you tell me?
Yes, you could just put it in
yes, we can
presentation
go
mode.
ahead.
Yes?
Excellent.
Is that okay?
Excellent.
All right, great. So, with the onslaught of the digital era, we had persons studying, and Donati et al. 2021 posited that this digital lifestyle is increasing globally, particularly among the high school students in Jamaica and Caribbean countries. Kea et al. Cautioned that while the digital media improves cognitive skills and social bonding among high school students, it needs to be properly structured. They observed the loose structure of online gaming led to poor academic performance and also observed negative effects on social well-being and mental health. Note that they found both sides of the coin. They found positive sides and they found the negatives. So our statement had to do with online gaming can augment cognitive academic performance. However, several researchers have espoused that it can amplify social and mental health challenges. So we sought to investigate what are the experiences of high school students in Jamaica who use online gaming. This is one part of a larger picture within which we looked at cognitive, academic, behavioral implications. And this presentation will focus on the one research question, the experiences of high school students in Jamaica who use online gaming, of course, due to the time allocation. The literature review focused on the motivation theory, self-determination theory as espoused by Dacey and Ryan 2004. And within that theory, they clearly stated exactly what led to internal motivation, external motivation, and the combination of both, realizing that all these types of motivation came from online gaming. Gamification defined the practice of using game design elements, game mechanics, and game thinking to motivate participants. Educational gamification is a teaching method that requires learners to participate in competitions according to preset rules. It has been an interdisciplinary and prevalent tool for educators to utilize in teaching within the past few years. There are several advantages, namely the opportunity to experience learning in a multi-sensory, multi-active, multi-experimental environment, so that the theories of appealing to the senses of students clearly is achieved using gaming in classrooms. Specifically, learners can use these educational games for experimental learning to develop decision-making and problem-solving skills in a dynamic learning environment. Last night, I was fortunate to listen to the webinar from CanCate, and students are appealing for an exciting learning environment. So here we have it, dynamic learning environment through gaming. Some of the limitations are, as espoused by Dominique et al., the utilization of educational games was associated with a decline in academic performance. Clearly, students tend to spend a lot of time on this academic gaming, but not for the purpose of their specific academic enhancement. Caracas et al. Told us about the fun side of gamification has counterbalancing effect to learning. Motivation is not yet known. An educational game as fun and motivating and ultimately effective for learning will highly depend on learners' personal differences and learning preferences. One example of gaming is Pagamo, now widely used for different purposes, including but not limited to language learning, license examinations, and other professional training. Many children and adolescents play computer and video games in their spare time. It's all about using educational games to enhance students' intrinsic motivation for learning. So, a gap exists in the literature. How does online gaming impact high school students' academic performance as well as mental health, particularly with the Jamaican high school students? In our review, there was nothing about Jamaican high school students. So we found that we can fill that gap. We now go immediately on to the methodology and the method. So a mixed method, explanatory and theoretical review was adopted. The explanatory was a survey and phenomenological research. Our sampling comprised a simple random survey among the high school students, and purposive, more to the phenomenological approach, we use a purposive sampling technique, interviewing students. After 5 interviews, data saturation was achieved. A pilot study comprising 60 high school students online completed the questionnaire. 5 interviews. So this presentation is basically about a pilot study. The instruments used were questionnaires and a semi-structured interview schedule with 5 open-ended questions. The questionnaire had a few more questions on it. To establish validity of instruments, 3 experts in AI scrutinized the instrument against the objective of the study. And these experts came from the UCC. Lincoln and Gruber stressed trustworthiness in terms of developing a qualitative type of study. They established that students read their transcripts and confirmed their statements. This was a mixed method comprising a theoretical review as well. It comprised the review of 56 articles, through which we saw that authors adopted different methods to assess the effectiveness of different educational games. And the articles were between November 2013 and March 2021. Authors compared 18 and 20 games used in health and wellness and the professional learning and training domain respectively. They also examined the effectiveness of using educational games in the education setting. So what were our results? Bits of the results had to do with merits of online gaming, where the themes of memory, test scores, mental health were identified. We were able to see where students stated they had enhanced memory, improved test scores, less stressful as merits. So some statements which came out of this particular part of the study, when I used the game method, I realized that my test scores increased. Pagamo O is a more interesting way to revise, so why not use it? I think this app is quite good, because it is a game. It allows me to revise in a relaxing way. In addition, we also had alternatives from students. They preferred traditional learning methods. And one particular student said, Pagamo doesn't help that much. After I completed, I won't actually remember what we have answered. I don't actually like to use these methods to revise. Traditional learning and revision will help me more. It is better to have quizzes in classes than Pagamo. So we had different views of the use of the online gaming. Our data analysis consisted of 2 types of analyses: a questionnaire, which was done through Excel 365, as well as the interview schedule, which was done by organizing the data, reading and identifying emergent ideas, describing and classifying codes into themes, developing and assessing interpretations, representing and visualizing the data, the guidelines which came from Creswell and Part 2018. We search manually for themes and then transcribe those themes together with transcribe the data as recorded by students speaking into Excel, search for themes, and came up with the narratives accordingly. Some of the results, the demographics: students were 35 male, 25 female, age range, grade 7, 8, 9. Number of hours spent on online gaming. Well, we saw the majority spent 3 to 6 hours, followed by some 9 to 10 hours. Lots of time these children spend on online gaming. The frequency of gaming, every day. We had 45 students saying that they were playing the game every day. So that we need, as facilitators of learning, we need to capture that time. More results showed advantages. The gaming was convenient. Because it is more convenient, you can simply press the A button and you can play. Addiction, gaming addiction. I must play my games every day. So gaming addiction can lead to serious consequences. This needs to be monitored closely by educators. And then there are also social benefits. I feel better when I play games with my friends. So we know a lot about writers and social benefits with online learning. Perhaps we can use gaming as educators to enhance social benefits among students. So 16% of the children were addicted to online gaming. There were social benefits, enhanced cognitive skills, as well as disrupt students' academic pursuits. There was also mental de-stress, which was looked at more closely in the bigger study. We had some contributing scholars to our findings. In both the theoretical review and the empirical research, we had students spend approximately 35 to 40 minutes per day on educational gaming, as confirmed by Su Ying Chung and Kai Ying Ning, 2021. Advantages of convenience, lower stress levels were also listed by Dominic et al. And other writers. The theoretical reviews advantages include better memory, stated again by Su Ying Chung and company. Findings from some students from both theoretical reviews and local high school students were in fact found in the literature. The conclusion to our study, or at least this segment, students must be carefully monitored but encouraged with online gaming. Several educational benefits can be gained from including online gaming in instruction at high schools in Jamaica. Our recommendations: greater student involvement will enhance trustworthiness of information. Administrators need to create more effective policies associated with online gaming. Educators are encouraged to incorporate online gaming in their teaching portfolios. Of course, there were more, but more so for the bigger picture, the bigger study. Linking the theme of the conference or research, we found that our research was quite on point with the keynote address as well as the address from our VP, Professor Dr. Port. So how do we embrace online gaming? Has the potential to enhance and destroy the quality of education among high school students. We need to create effective educational policy, again through collaboration and consultation with students' voices. We need to use it for effective instructional practices. In terms of innovation, once teachers embrace the digital age, online gaming learning can be a catalyst for improved academic and social learning. The challenge: how to use online gaming to enhance performance effectively. Clearly, as facilitators deliver instruction, then we should incorporate some time to gaming, since it has all these benefits. Well documented, well established rules and regulations. Opportunities, appropriate tools for education, enlightening in this conference in the context of the digital age and society. So we can adopt the online gaming as an appropriate tool. Scope for research: online gaming among all high school students in Jamaica. Comparing the effectiveness of online gaming across Caribbean territories can be interrogated. And this brings me to the references, hence the end of our presentation. I thank you for your attention, and now it's over to you. Bye for now.
Thank you so very much, Dr.
Duko, what an interesting presentation. Already we're seeing the impact of online gaming in the classroom, and the question is, how will we strike the balance? Is there any questions in the room? Anyone has a question? Okay, I do have a question. Dr. Duko, what I'd like to know is, as you did your research, I know it will be continuing, but would we introduce this more with the younger students, say in the primary school, as opposed to the high schools? Because what we know is that, based on what you presented so far, the addiction is there, but then if we make that transformation, that big leap, should we now just start causing our smaller students at the primary school to be more exposed, so that they just see it as a routine part of their, and not a getaway when they can?
Nice question. And I think that young students are there already. Already they're into gaming. So educators need to restructure that time for academic proficiency, academic, social, emotional, mental health in the lower levels of education. I think it's a good tool to adopt at tertiary education, more so in the discipline that I teach, mathematics. And once we can get exposure, and once we are exposed, or the students expose us, because it has been stated, the students come with their previous knowledge, they come with their experiences, and they can show us how to incorporate the gaming in instruction. So I would like to think that it can be used at the lower levels, particularly the 7th, 8th, 9th grade, as well as undergrad university.
Thank you so very much. I think one of the things... Go ahead.
Probably I would like to add a little bit on that. We already have, as a pedagogy of gaming for the lower classes, traditionally. But online games, I think we need to be a little more careful when we use, because the addiction part and the divide. So I think we should also keep in mind the resources available for the students, whether they can afford to use these online gaming resources. I think that is an important aspect because this digital gaming or online tools should not bring socioeconomic divide among the students. So the infrastructure for these online gaming or digital resources should be first in place so that access to these resources which provide academic betterment should be taken care. In that context, I think one has to be a little more careful, not only just going away with the advantages of online gaming, but to what extent it provides an opportunity for all sections of socioeconomic sections of students, whether they can afford. And my own personal research at UCC, when we looked at one of the undergraduate projects, that students complained that the infrastructure is not optimal because of their economic conditions. So I think online learning has this challenge apart from mental health challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mohan. I mean, the discussion continues, and as we're seeing here, we can already think about next conference, and just to look how the research will escalate as we widen the scope and, you know, we begin to delve deeper into some of these issues. So I want us to put our hands together one more time for Dr. Mohan and the team of students as well, Dr. Dukwa and the students who did this excellent research. We're going to move to the third presentation to be done by Mrs. Carol Williams, who is a research officer at the Sam Sharp Teachers College, and she'll be focusing on new students and staff perspectives towards the ethical use of artificial intelligence at a selected university in Western Jamaica. Put your hands together and welcome Mrs. Williams. I'm sure we're clapping up the stairs as she's coming on, right? Welcome, Mrs. Williams. We're not hearing you, Mrs. Williams. I think you need to, I'm still seeing you muted. Okay, so as we await Mrs. Williams to commence her presentation, I want we have a prize that we'll give at the end of the session for any person in the room or online who can. This morning we looked at words and how the words have evolved. So the first person who can bring to Dr. Veronica 5 words, apart from Apple, of course, that have evolved in this digital transformation age. And we have a lovely token to give away. So if you can come up with 5 words, except Apple, that has been, really been reused, and we have to relearn these terms in this digital age. You can just take your paper to Dr. Johnson, and we have a token for you at the end of the session. If you're online, you could just post it, and we will get right to you from our engineers at the back. Dr. Williams, are you ready? Oh, okay. As soon as you've completed your list, you can take them to Dr. Veronica right over here. And this is a digital age, so you don't know what the reward could be, right? Okay, so the students are all excited. Who will be the first to come down? Yes, the first person. Only one prize we have, so the first person to come down. And the prize cannot be shared. See everybody writing. Want to remind you that the conference continues this afternoon, and we will continue our discussion on research topics that have been quite complementary to this theme that is so timely. So we ask that you make your way back immediately after lunch because the conference continues. All right. Dr. Johnson? All right, we seem to be experiencing some technical difficulties with the presentation from our next presenter, Mrs. Williams. So we will now break for lunch. It's a 1-hour break, and it's now exactly 12 o'clock. So we'll return promptly at 1, right? So we ask that you take your break now, and we'll come back into the same room for our second session after lunch. Remember, this is a digital age, so we have to move at the speed of thought, all right? So have a good lunch, everybody, and I see you next at 1 o'clock. Thank you so very much. So the person with the answers, could you run down? Anybody with 5? Anybody online? 5 words that their meanings have been transformed or since the digital age, they now have double meanings. All right, so as you're coming down, you can bring your answers to Dr. Johnson. Anyone online?
shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to this, our 7th research conference under the theme, Embracing the Digital Age, Opportunities, Challenges, and Innovation. And wow, have we been fettered to quite a very enlightening discussion this morning. I'm still reflecting on a number of issues that were discussed both by our keynote speaker as she delved into this whole matter of education and the challenges of digital literacy. And then we had the different presentation by the researchers. It was indeed a very excellent morning. Can we put our hands together for all that has gone on before? It is said that never before in history has innovation promised for so many, so much in such a short time. And so the time is now when each person must find themselves wherever they are along the spectrum that was discussed this morning and make sure that they embrace the change, because the only constant in life is change, and the change is here already. Now, before we break, we were supposed to have a presentation by Mrs. Williams, and she is now online. So we will now have the presentation by Mrs. Kerr Williams. Can we put our hands together and make her welcome as she'll present to us via Zoom? Her research paper is on new students and staff's perspective towards the ethical use of artificial intelligence at a select university in Western Jamaica. Welcome, Mrs. Carr Williams. How are you doing today?
Doing excellent. And how about you?
We are fine. We're excited to see what you have to tell us this afternoon. So that you can now proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'm excited to be here, and I hope that everybody is as excited as I am about research. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, that's excellent. Now, let me just say that artificial intelligence is one of those topics, hot topics on the block, and we are actually here to work with the intelligence in moderation, of course. Now, let me just get right into the paper. In this presentation, I will discuss the introduction, literature, proposed method, and the potential implications of the research. Information-seeking behaviors in the past looked quite different from what they are today. In fact, in some Jamaican high schools, a typical library studies class doesn't provide multiple opportunities for students to think outside the box. On the other hand, classrooms today provide numerous opportunities for students to utilize technology to enable them to be as creative while having fun. Now, information-seeking behaviors in every classroom and at every tier of the education system must be able to facilitate print and non-print resources. Students ought to be able to communicate information received in various ways. Likewise, facilitators must be flexible to provide blended learning. But most importantly, all consumers of information must respect intellectual property. Therefore, orientation for new students at the tertiary level must not leave academic integrity matters to the learner's discretion. Policies must be established with consistent quality assurance measures, which should be implemented for compliance with the copyright policies, intellectual property rights, plagiarism policy, and academic integrity policies. The International Center for Academic Integrity has outlined 6 fundamental values of academic integrity. They are honesty, trust, courage, responsibility, respect, and fairness. Many of these values have to be reinforced at the tertiary level for standardization and to prevent academic misconduct. Ethics is about right or wrong, and there's no denying that such values are taught in schools. However, with the explosion of artificial intelligence in society, the education system worldwide has numerous challenges encountering regarding academic integrity. Wouldn't you agree? I'm sure. Imagine a student submitted a paper which was done in less than 10 minutes by an AI tool, but you were unaware of this. How would it be fair that this student received a better grade than another student who completed the work with blood, sweat, and tears? UNESCO published its first global standard on AI ethics in November 2021, which was supported by 193 member states. Also, UNESCO's recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence are to provide AI literacy education to the public and to encourage research initiatives on the ethics of AI. Now, Brown 2023 noted that in May 2023, a UNESCO global survey of over 450 schools and universities found that fewer than 10% have developed institutional policies and or formal guidance concerning the use of generative AI applications. Let's look at policies which are established to curtail academic misconduct. Such policies are academic integrity, plagiarism, intellectual property rights, code of ethics, and Turnitin policies. Students at the tertiary level must respect institutional policies, applying the correct rules for specific academic writing styles at their institutions. While writing styles such as Modern Languages Association, the APA, Turabian, and the Chicago Style Manual exist, students need to apply by these writing styles in order to be in the know at the tertiary level. Hallfield 2023 shared data from a survey conducted among 100 U.S. universities and their stance on policies on artificial intelligence. The research revealed that most universities don't have definitive guidelines yet, and that individual instructors ultimately decide what's allowed in their classes. The research showed 4 responses to AI writing tools from universities, whereby 27% of universities indicated that there is no clear guidance or policy. 51% said individual instructors decide their own policy. 18% of universities indicated that the tools are banned by default unless the instructors say otherwise. And 14% of universities revealed the tools were allowed unless instructors prohibit them. Educators are in the process of resolving issues which have arisen from the unethical uses of artificial intelligence writing tools like ChatGPT. It's now very clear that many students and instructors are unsure exactly what is allowed right now. The basis upon which policies can stand is dependent upon laws. Now, many consumers of information are misinformed about laws which can either defend or incriminate them. Therefore, students at the tertiary level need to be educated about laws which govern academic systems. Some of these laws include Data Privacy Act, the Access to Information Act, Copyright Act, and the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms Act. The matter of ethics and authorship are issues within the book industry, and it was published in the Independent newspaper on September 21, 2023, where John Grisham and George Martin and other authors sued artificial intelligence for systematic theft on a wide scale, which was a copyright infringement. Now, based on the issues which authors are now facing in the UK, they have proposed tentative solutions, which include lobbying for guardrails around generative AI. Next, they have requested legislation for resources and copyright works, and to include implementing a collective licensing solution. Additionally, the Authors Guild were adamant that they needed to pursue all avenues to include judicial, regulatory, and legislative parameters. The implementation of a policy proposal was also submitted. Now let's look at the artificial intelligence and what Australia has to say about the ethics of this. The Australian Human Rights Commission provided insights from a review report which was done in April 2023, where emphasis was placed on strengthening artificial intelligence privacy protections for children. The report highlighted recommendations to include encouraging responsible and ethical use of artificial intelligence tools, not ban them. Educating students about academic integrity, use of artificial intelligence generated content, citation practices, and originality are all important. Finally, the report recommended that encouragement pertaining to investment in research and development be a priority. Let's look at Canada's International Centre for Academic Integrity's recommendations. Now, they had 3 recommendations, which include academic integrity is a shared responsibility. Also, institutions have the autonomy to use the AI, and the use of AI should always be acknowledged. We can relate to these recommendations as some higher education institutions are now taking such approach. Given that the increasing popularity of generative AI tools like ChatGPT have raised questions about the ethical implications for accessing works, here are some key concerns. One, is informative assessment bringing benefits to the student learning experience and to the efficacy of school instruction? The next question is, do we have sufficient guardrails against misuse of formative assessment data or automatically generated interpretations of student achievement and learning, such as on a dashboard? And the third question is trust in an artificial intelligence enabled assessment system, feedback loops, and data generated by such assessments growing, or is it diminishing? Let's look at the artificial intelligence research questions. 2 questions which I will pose are, how will users understand the legal and ethical implications of sharing data with AI-enabled technologies, and how to mitigate privacy risks? The next question is, to what extent does technology account for the complex social dynamics of how people work and learn together? Or is technology leading humans to narrow or simplify? Let's pause on these questions. The Office of Educational Technology 2023 has proposed some recommendations, namely, teachers need to educate students about safe artificial intelligence use and monitor their use. Secondly, teachers need to network with other teachers to understand AI systems. And thirdly, Teachers need to be involved in the design and evaluation of AI systems. We see how important the training of the educators, as well as it is for students, is important. Let's look at how Jamaicans are coping with the challenges of AI. Education and training in AI are vital in enabling our users of information to formally guide students about best practices in academia, which will equip them to be able to become independent thinkers. Some examples are the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean's 7th Annual Research Conference. Next, UCC will be offering a Bachelor of Science degree in Artificial Intelligence. Isn't that great? Yeah. There are also ongoing presentations by university experts on AI and ongoing AI training by research officers and librarians. We cannot overemphasize enough that AI workshops and conferences are very useful, like this one. UWI's Faculty of Science and Department of Computing, in collaboration with the Faculty of Education, held a workshop for secondary teachers where AI tools were explored, including ChatGPT and Bard. Harvard University's promotion of AI includes hosting speaker events, providing interactive discussions, facilitating mentoring sessions, and sharing research resources. Their AI ethics polython completion has created avenues for the public to share creative ways to design a policy. Now, the output would receive the audience would receive the opportunity to write and submit an artificial intelligence ethics policy brief for judging. Now, the proposed methodology for this paper would be mixed research methodology, where the researcher would conduct a survey among 25 first-year students and 25 staff. The potential implications of the research would entail providing insights for the Jamaican education system. Next, quality assurance standards are likely to be compromised if consequences are not enforced. Finally, students and staff perceptions of the artificial intelligence and its ethics are likely to affect their actions in the future. Thank you so much for listening and for being attentive.
Thank you so very much, Mrs. Kerr Williams. Can we put our hands together for her? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, are there any questions online or in the room? I want to ask a question, Dr. Williams. As we look at the integration of these different forms of artificial intelligence, how do you suggest that we align the ethical response to some of these tools that we're seeing appearing? How is it that we're going to manage it? How do you suggest that as tertiary institutions that we manage this process? What are some of your suggestions?
Okay, thank you so much for that thought-provoking question. And of course, we have to keep it very practical. Now, as educators, we know that there isn't any formal policy in place, but in terms of educating our students and to remind them about the policies that we have in place should be able to facilitate the procedure. In terms of sensitizing our students during orientation, we need to do that. In terms of the use of artificial intelligence, we can engage the students in classes to utilize the tools such as ChatGPT to see if some of their responses to a question is on point and get them to compare the responses. So we can interact with the tools in the classroom, and while we're doing so, we guard the students against taking information from the tool without giving credibility or without giving
credit.
Without giving making reference to the information coming from the chatbot.
Thank you so very much. Well, it was Charles Dickens who said it is the best of times, but it's also the worst of times. So the challenge is, how are we going to neatly balance between the introduction of these different types of technologies while maintaining our integrity? Can we put our ethical integrity, academic integrity? Can we put our hands together one more time for Mrs. Carol Williams? Really, really appreciate. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to hand over to my colleague, Dean Natalie Rose. Could you put your hands together and make her welcome as she comes to chair this section of the program?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Online, good afternoon. It's very good to see everybody here. And today we're going to do something a little bit different. All right? So we are in digital age. And what that means is that we can't really stress enough the importance of security and advancement in technology, privacy and data protection. Everywhere we go is all about data protection and privacy. Now, there must be some balance between technological advancement and safeguarding our personal and professional data. Today's session will focus more on digital privacy, data protection, and technological advancement in security, mostly emphasizing that data protection and privacy are everyone's business. It's not just the institution out there. Every single one of us. This is
I had to break it down to the very basic building block of data. I've been exposed to certain experiences, such as UCC's third annual Rickard Allen webinar, where they spoke about data and AI, as well as certain information technology classes. This is what inspired my research question: how will Jamaica's new Data Protection Act affect our society's use of personal data? Let us begin what I would like to answer is, or my research objectives is to explain what personal data is, to explore the importance of personal data to explore the importance of Jamaica's new data protection law, to understand the consequences of illegal access and the misuse of personal data, as well as to recommend ways to raise awareness of data protection and privacy. My methodology, I chose a desk-based paper survey design. This was chosen because it was the most cost-effective method at the moment, noting, yes, I am a student. I did not have the resources or the funds to go out and interrogate my data subjects, unfortunately. Sources were legal articles, documents, journal articles, and online articles from credible peer-reviewed authors, and they were selectively and thoroughly read through before selected as to avoid the issue of research bias being present. If I'm not the one doing the research, I'm just taking others' conclusion and utilizing that, then an issue was researcher bias being present. I made sure that more than one author could provide evidence for a specific point before agreeing with it. Let's define personal data. As if I'm going to speak on it, I have to ensure that we're all on the same page, right? So personal data, according to the Data Protection Act of 2020, is any information that can be used to identify a living person or one that has been dead for less than 30 years. Which I found so interesting when I read it the first time. If I died today, my name, date of birth, probably the amount of money I have in my bank account would still be considered my personal data, and you are still not supposed to misuse it. My fingerprint, my shoe size, the names of my friends, the institution I attend, and the degree that I'm doing, all of this is personal data. And if I had the time, I would have gone a little deeper into what sensitive personal data is, which is a subcategory of personal data that is really important to you, that you're supposed to be very careful of who accesses that. For the people that I have given cards, it is your time to begin. Now, data in the digital ecosystem is muy importante, very important, very valuable. It's like the new oil. People can buy it, people sell it, people want it. And the situation is, if we don't understand the value of our own personal data, do you know who will? Companies and third parties that you didn't even know about. Suddenly they have information that you'd rather not get out there. Think of it as the plants in your science class food chain. At the beginning of every food chain, there was a plant. And then it would go into the herbivores and then the carnivores. Similarly, in the digital system food chain, data is at the beginning. From data, you get information, and from information, companies can make good decisions. Your data is important. There are many different ways that they can collect your data. One of the more frequent ways is cookies. I don't think I've been on a site in the last 3-4 years that has not asked me to accept cookies. And what cookies are, think of them as little containers. And they are your preferences. So this person is in English, or they are specifically searching about stuff that could help in a research. If they come back to the site, we're going to display stuff like that to them. Think of it when you're buying a flight. There's a reason why they tell you not to purchase flights unless it's on incognito mode. They are following your data with the cookies, and they can see this person really wants to go to the States. Let's price up the flight. An issue, right? Let's talk about privacy agreements and terms of service. When was the last time you read one of those before clicking agree? There are specific headings under each privacy agreement, I guarantee you, that expresses to you quite clearly what they're going to do with the data that they collect from you. Yet, if I ask this lovely young lady here in the red, hi, do you know what Instagram is doing with her data? That's the better question. Do you know what WhatsApp is doing with their data? No. All right. Dr. Tokan, do you know what, are you on Instagram? Do you know what Instagram is doing with your data? Absolutely not. They told you, you clicked agree, and you don't have a clue what they're doing. Are we starting to see the issue, everyone? Now, they will utilize your data many different ways. One of the main ways is to personalize certain products and services that they market for your demographic. When they collect your data, they create what I like to call a user profile. What this user profile does is like a little register, a record. People in this demographic like this. Maybe they like that. Students love Grammarly. If we know that this person is a student, let's market Grammarly to them. Women love handbags. Let's market handbags to her. Men love fancy, what are they, Rolex watches? Let's market Rolex watches to him. And if you follow behind, they're targeting your demographic using your data that they've collected in your user profile, and suddenly you're on Amazon to buy one thing, you come off with 6 in your cart because they're using it to personalize the service to appeal to you to ensure that you want to buy it. Now, as I briefly mentioned before, we don't know what we are agreeing to when we sign up for this site and that site, this platform and that platform. I sat down one day and I read the Instagram terms of service. And essentially, they have my IP address, they have my device model, my time zone, and with the IP address, they can geographically guess where you are at any given moment. They also have, other than that, which they initially collect, if I share my GPS location, they have that too. So what if there was a bad hacker out there that wanted to hack into Instagram and collect that data? In Jamaican parlance, massault. And when we are not aware of these little bits and pieces of our data lying around, we give it to this one, we give it to that one. And I'll give you an example. I gave just about 3 people, before I began this seminar, my cards, a few cards, and they represent my data. If you have a card in your hand, if you received a card, I'd like you to raise your hand so that I can see. Suddenly, my personal data is right across the room, and I gave it to 3 people. They sell this to third parties, and I didn't even know you had gotten my data. I wasn't sure that he got my data. I didn't know my data was over here. It's just all around. And so when you stand back and you take a stock of exactly all of this, your personal data, your valuable oil that other people just have and are utilizing, you begin to see the need for the next topic, privacy and protection. Without rules, regulations, and laws, there will always be chaos. This is why certain countries, certain groups of countries have instituted specific laws to ensure that companies, third-party users are not misusing your data without your consent, without your knowledge at that. The specific law that I'd be mentioning, or one of the specific laws I'll be mentioning, is the European Union General Data Protection Regulation. It was passed in about 2018, and it is what laid the groundwork for the Jamaica Data Protection Act that was passed in 2020 and will come into effect December the 1st, 2023. It clearly outlines what you as a data controller, which are people that have access to personal data, how you're supposed to be using it, how you're supposed to be protecting it. What are the specific processes that need to be put in place as an organization to ensure that some malpractice hacker doesn't get your client's information? And some companies did that before, but they need to ensure that there is a standard all around the board. As the previous presenter may notice, some lecturers, depending on who you get, may be more lenient with AI, may not be so lenient with AI. We can't have that with data. Set of rules, set laws, set regulations, so that when you do sign up for Instagram or YouTube or Google, you can at least sleep a little more peacefully that your data isn't just being sold out there. And you have the ability at any time to withdraw your consent. Now, there are several consequences of unauthorized data breaches. It can happen at the individual, the company, national, sometimes an international level. We can talk about JC, they experienced a data breach. Or individually, if you sent some private pictures to someone and suddenly they're all over social media the next day, that's a data breach. Your personal data is important. And what these bad people is to utilize your data, grab your oil, grab my cards, give them to whoever they want for a price that fits them, to the highest bidder. I don't feel comfortable with somebody out there having enough information to open a credit card in my name, and you shouldn't either. This is why we need these data laws and the protection and the regulation. Because in truth and in fact, if they weren't there, well, somebody could easily pose as me, open an account online, and suddenly I'm being summoned to court for money laundering charges. That's not soothing in the least. Here are my recommendations. What we as individuals, what as companies, as a nation can do to ensure that we all are aware of data protection and regulations. You can increase public awareness using campaigns. In my research, I found a video that they did, which further explained the little in-betweens, the crooks and nannies of the Data Protection Act. Please ensure if your company has anything to do with a terms of service or a privacy agreement that you send to potential clients to accept service, please make sure that the terms are easily understandable. I went on Instagram and they had a video that did a rough summary on the personal data that they collected and what they would be doing with it. I appreciated that. Because when I'm seeing these long 1,000 plus word documents that I'm going to try and assimilate it in one sitting, it's not going to happen. It's not. Teachers should also ensure, and schools as well, that we include parts about data protection and regulation in the curriculum. We have to start them from early. I believe Dr. Street Forest did a quick research on a country whose name slips me at the time, and Estonia, thank you. And they began from early, from our equivalent to primary school, from their equivalent to primary school. And they ensured that they were up to date in this digital age. We can't just throw it at people when you reach university. Can't throw it at you when you're in the working world. When we have the opportunity to take it from the beginner level, there's so much more we can do when the minds are still moldable. Employers, please ensure that your staff, that you yourself are trained and familiar and intimate with all of the implications of the Data Protection Act, as well as the consequences of data breaches. My conclusion, with the increase of the internet, with the increased usage of the internet, there is increased risk of our personal data being harmed, being taken, being stolen, being mined, being sold. This is a situation that we have to be conscious of. We can't just remain blissfully aware of the fact that there are hackers out there wanting to ransom our data. We have to ensure that we are knowledgeable, that we educate we educate ourselves, we educate the people around us, we bring it to their level. Because data privacy and data protection, quite frankly, is everybody's business. Do you have any questions for me before I go? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
You broke it down where it was easier for us to understand the tools that we tend to use on a regular basis, what what it may be doing with our information. And so I wanted to just commend you. I thought it was well presented. I sat here listening, I'm smiling because so many things resonate well in terms of what is happening and my lack of awareness with what happened. And the recommendations that you gave are quite good. I just wanted to say, great job. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. There are no other. Yes?
Hi. I'm Claudine Coley.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you again. I'm not even sure if this is a question. I want to know your take on this. The websites like a Facebook, like Instagram, Twitter, now X, all of these platforms, they give the option to sign up. It's free. We consider it free, right? So it is free, so you get on and it's free. Now somebody has to pay for the services and everything that it is that you're getting for so-called free. What they don't tell you is that you're the person being sold. That is the cards given out to everyone else. One way I think, to make an effective move into data protection and privacy and all of those things is the fact that they start charging a fee, because if they're not getting it from the advertisers, they're going to collect it from individuals. Is there anything in your research that basically look at anything like that as an alternative to payment by the individuals? Because right now we're used to getting everything free, but not realizing that we're being sold. Did you venture anywhere down that path?
I like her question. That is making me pause. So you're asking for alternatives for the free service, the, in quotation marks, free service that we receive, that we actually pay for with our data. I'll tell you the truth. We learn about end-to-end user data in information technology, and what that is, it is data on us. There is personal data that it is okay to give out. My name is fine. My age, pretty fine. My date of birth, maybe not. And there is sensitive personal data that you should be cautious of. If we can ensure that they're not taking the sensitive personal data while also still providing us that free service for the personal data that they do collect, I think that would be fine. In terms of alternatives, I think as we are now, we're good. We just have to ensure that everyone is being compliant with the laws of their country regarding data protection that they should follow. And we have to ensure they're not selling our data to other people or selling the data that we don't consent for them to sell to other people.
Okay, we're going to take questions after the second speaker. So just give us a chance to just finish up the session. And then Ms. Phillips, you still have to be here for any other additional questions. So please do not leave. But I'd like to thank you, Ms. Phillips, for enlightening presentation. As the tech leader said, Clive humbly, data is like new oil. You know, so it's clear that the responsibility of data protection lies with us too. Not only organization, we need to know, are our data protected? All right. Moving on to our next segment, we're going to explore technological advancement that bolster our security, because we can protect our data, but is it really secured? Yeah. So I'm going to introduce another student from the School of Mathematics, Science and Technology, Mr. Aidan Jones, and he will be speaking on technological advancement in security. He's going to just do a deep dive into innovation and technology that promise a safer digital future. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Jones.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, let's get into it. Right, I will be honest. The way how I decided to present my information that I've been studying is way more relaxed, I would say. Right, it's not as deep dive as the previous ones, which is all good. All right, so fighting crime using tech. Right. Imagine this scenario. Imagine you come home from a hard day's work or school, right? And you approach your house to see the windows cracked and the door opened. You sigh like, dang, I got caught in, I'm the latest victim of a string of burglaries that's been happening in your community, right? Of course, being an upstanding citizen, you go to the police and you decided to make a report on it. And that's when, instead of, along with getting information, they ask a quick question, which is, hey, in your community, your community is known to have security cameras on almost all houses. That's when you say yes. And that's when they would ask, are you a part of the Jamaica Eye Initiative? And that's when you say, no, what is it? They'll explain it, you say okay, and you continue, all right? 1.5 weeks later, you get a call saying, hey, we have most of your stuff that they didn't manage to pawn off, right? Thanks to your security camera along with others, they were able to not only catch the car, right, but one of the guys that decided to not wear a mask during one of the other burglaries, right? This is a situation that happened 3 months back, actually, right? And it happened in Kingston, right? Now, Now, my name is Aiden Jones, right? I am a third-year Bachelor's of Science and Technology student, right? And I'm also the founder of the Athena Group, but I'm more or less going to be talking about my subsidiary company, Athena Innovations, when it comes to this one, when it comes to my knowledge of this one, right? So, how bad? Like, everyone knows that crime is bad, but how bad is it really in Jamaica? Well, last year, and just isolated, last year alone, Jamaica was dubbed the most violent country in the Caribbean and Latin American region with a 52.9 homicide rate per 100,000 people. That means that if you line up 100,000 people here, unfortunately, 53 of those people might not make it to the end of the year, and that's every 100,000 people. That is actually very concerning, especially considering that Jamaica has the Vision 2030 goal, which is, everyone's heard the motto before: live, work, raise family, and to do business, right? However, how can we reach that if the crime is that bad, if Jamaica is labeled as the most violent country in the Caribbean and Latin American region? That is one of the things that people like regular citizens don't know about. They don't know about the other consequence of crime. They think about the victims, and my heart goes out to all of them that's suffered any specific crime. Right? But apart from that, being dubbed the most violent is going to make other countries like, why would I want to invest my money into a country like this? Right? Especially continue doing that. Right? So that is, and mainly because of that, we also can't progress, we can't develop, right? So that is where the importance, the emphasis for enhanced security come in. Now, I'm an IT student, so obviously my solution is going to be IT related, right? So when I went into this research, I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to know, have technological advancements that Jamaica has made lowered the crime rate in the country, right? And that is one of the, and when I dived into this research, right, I was really pessimistic, I would say, right? I didn't, as everybody here is, they would hear about the crime, but the news networks don't normally tell when the ministry is actually doing something to fight against it. They tell the crime, oh, that's so sad. They follow up maybe like another day with like another perspective. But then we don't hear about like the conclusion for it anymore, right? The only time you hear anything about it is from GIS, Jamaica Information Service, and even then, a lot of people that watch Jamaica Information Service is like, it's a government media. Of course, they're gonna try and propaganda us for information, but that is literally the only place where they talk about this stuff, right? So before we go into it, I wanted to just ask a really quick question. All right, before we get into the nitty-gritty research, graph showing, all those very interesting but at the same time could be boring stuff, I wanted to ask, there's 4 organizations in America that helps to protect the citizens, right? The FBI, the CIA, the police force, and the Army. Do you know which one has the highest percentage of captured individuals that is considered dangerous to the society? Yep. The Central Intelligence Agency, right? And a lot of people might not even realize how important the CIA actually is, but I'm pretty sure every one of you have a cell phone here, right? They're the reason why your cell phone operates. They were the one that came up with the lithium iodine battery, the same thing that most portable devices use, right? Along with that, the main reason why they made it was because security cameras were having a hard time actually keeping charge, or like they have to continuously take them out, plug them back in. It was a massive issue. It was inconvenient. So they decided, the technological department decided to try to create a battery that is rechargeable for a longer period of time and can last a longer period of time. So anybody that has a digital watch or phone, like I said before, the lithium-ion battery, and they decided to release this to the world as America's policy when it comes to security normally does. Right, so it trickles down to the society, and obviously we're making great use of it. Right, now the advancements in Jamaica, right? Just to know how important technology is. If we want to reach the level of the Central Intelligence Agency, obviously we're going to need to think, act, and have the tech of Central Intelligence Agency or the CIA. Right, so I have decided to compile 3 major things that the society should know about, that the Ministry of Education tried to do, and we're going to see if it actually works. Right. So the one that I used in the example, if you imagine in this scenario at the start of this presentation, was Jamaica Eye. A lot of people apparently has no idea what this is. But this is launched, it was in 2018, right? And essentially it was just a simple initiative where you have your security camera, if from a business or from your own house, and you will be able to share that information that you have from your own security cameras to the local authority without any charges. And I think that's the beauty of it. They didn't ask you for any upfront cost or anything. Everything the police department or that is going to pay for it, right? So all you have to do is just share your information with the local authority, and with that you'll be able to keep yourself, because a lot of Jamaicans, inform of a dead type mentality, right? A lot of them is like, oh well, obviously this is anonymous, and if everybody has a security camera, who's gonna know who gave you the information, right? So this is actually one of the biggest This is one of the biggest technological initiatives that they decided to come up with. As the Senior Director of Major Technology Information Branch of Ministry of National Security, Arvel Grant, a very long title, Arvel Grant, he literally said it. It's a strategic move for the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and he is right, because it actually helped. Now, there's this thing in Jamaica called the peace line, right? It is essentially the amount of murders, because unfortunately that's the one that's most documented, right, is murders in Jamaica. There is a specific line of the amount of murders per year that the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the JDF, they're trying to go under. That number is 1,000 murders a year, right? Unfortunately, in 2017, if you were a criminal, that was one of your best years, because it was 1,400 plus murders in 1 year. However, in 2018, with the introduction of Jamaica Eye, obviously you can see a sharp decline closer to the peace line more than anything else. Of course, it's going back up, but that's because criminals are criminals. They're going to try and find a way around it. But as you can see, it's definitely, the climb is not as steep as it was when it came down. So that means that, of course, the Jamaica Eye initiative is working, and it's actually doing a really good job in maintaining the peace of a lot of people. That's why every other month or so, they decided to expand to to the rest of the country, and especially in Clarendon, which is recent, and Clarendon already has little to no crime. So with the Jamaica initiative being there, I'm pretty sure that's going to be like a safe haven in the country, like in 2 months, I promise. Right? All right. So that's for like situations where people like break in, stuff like that. Let's talk about a different crime that not only people think about, a lot of people are actually frustrated with, right? And that is traffic laws. A lot of people, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't like taxi drivers here. A lot of them cut you off. A lot of them, they see the red light and then just pass across the line. It's really terrible. And with the recent law change, with the amount of tickets and stuff like that, one of the things that they also introduced was e-ticket, right? Which is a more proficient, more efficient way of dealing tickets, along with the fact that tickets now cost an arm and a leg if you break the law, right? This literally helps to smooth it over so fast that a cop can stop a car, give you a ticket for your traffic stop, right, after asking some mandatory information, take you off in about 2 or 3 minutes, right, and look over and see somebody else committing probably the exact same crime and stop him as well, right? And with the extra presence that this gives the cops, because it's so easy, the traffic department of the police force is actually doing incredibly well, because in June 2023, this year, right, they reported an uptick of 7,000 tickets that are given out, and this is just this year. This was June 23 that they made this report. So that means that a lot of people are, and I don't know about you guys, but like the taxis that I come into now, they definitely drive way more safer, right? They are way more compliant with the law, all right? And that's e-tickets. Then the last one, and I would say this is technically my inventive competitor, Stay Alert. Now, this is supposed to be an application that you can download from the Google Play Store. It's still up there. You can try it out, right? This is one of the apps that's supposed to be, well, in my opinion, one of the biggest hoorahs for the JCF, because they finally decided to take it to the citizens, right? And they have a lot of modes, including panic, report, alerts, and the law. The law helps you to know what it is, and I'm pretty sure the data protection law, if the app was still up and running, data protection law would have been a part of it, right? The report feature is definitely there to, if you see a crime, you can report it, make a video, and all of this is anonymous, right? And this is supposed to be just like the Jamaica Eye initiative, one of the biggest punches towards the crime rate in Jamaica, right? However, unfortunately, it wasn't as successful, right? It was introduced in 2015, and at the time, in 2014, was a time of peace. It was literally 1004. That means that the Jamaica Constabulary Force considered 2014 one of the years that was definitely one of their most manageable. Unfortunately, in 2015 and 2016, it started in 2015 when it was initialized and started running its operation. People downloaded it, but as you can see, it didn't really do that much dent in specifically speaking, murder. It probably has done in some other aspects, but right now using murder, because like I said before, it's the most it's the most recorded or most reported crime, most recorded crime. It didn't really do much in this section. So unfortunately, that's where it is. And that's where my company, Athena Innovation, comes in. We're literally planning on not only expanding on this, but on top of that, if you try to go on Play Store and download it right now, it's really outdated. Very outdated. It might not even work with your phone because of how old the app is, right? So we are planning on, I'm planning. It still works? Well, my phone. Oh yeah, so it doesn't work, and it really doesn't work anymore. It's too outdated. So that's one of my goals. I wanted to help because this is supposed to be just like Jamaica. It's supposed to fight crime rate, and this is one of the best ways, in my opinion, to do so. Right. So I'm planning on revitalizing this project. Okay, now I would like to go, that's the private, that obvious, as you can see, the Jamaica Constabulary Force is actually putting like a lot of effort into fighting this, and not a lot of people realize this effort, right? And I didn't realize it myself either until I started it. Like I said before, my outlook on this was extremely pessimistic, all right? But now let's go to like the private security. Now a lot of people would see Quest, King Alarm, a guardsman, and you'd be like, okay, how are they trying to contribute to fighting crime? Now, their private security firms are mostly just trying to protect property. They're not like police officers that go out and try to get there in the nitty and gritty of the communities and try to fight crime. They're more trying to just safeguard things that people hold valuable, right? And one of these is from Hawkeye, which is down the road in Belmont, right? They have something called Hawk Tracker, which is essentially a tracking device for your car. You put it on and you'll be able to see where it is. Now, they have a bunch of features, but one of the main things is the fact that when your vehicle is stolen, they report that 57% of the vehicles that are stolen, which are mostly Teedas and Bluebirds, have returned ever since they're implemented, right? So that means that if your car is stolen, they're high likely that Hawkeye is going to call you to the location, more than likely call a police officer and let them get the car back to you if the criminals didn't do anything to it in that time span, right? And this is what they're trying to fight, because there's a 70%, and there's no graphic for it, unfortunately. There's a 70% loss when your vehicle is stolen. The next 7 hours, once it passed that 7 hours, it's practically gone, right? So 70% of the cars that are stolen within 7 hours, you're not going to get them back, right? So the fact that when you use the Hawk Tracker service, it actually lowers that percentage to something a bit more manageable. Like I'm guessing here, like 13%, right? That's actually really good, right? And then we have Guardsman Metaverse. Now, Guardsman Metaverse is a full-on department. I'm pretty sure you probably see them advertising or making headway. The Guardsman Metaverse is a full-on technological solution for every single thing. They have from G-Force, which is literally your security guard, the regular security guard that's standing out there with a drone just hovering around the building during like nighttime to see if there's anything going on. From that to protecting a community, right? With their a quote unquote state of the art flyby system. All right, they haven't made any indication of what that means, right? But with this service, since its introduction last year, right, they claim that 10% of the properties using Metaverse currently, right, have been compromised. Right? So that means that 90%, that if you use Metaverse, 90% of your property that you're asking them to protect, 90% of the time, you're going to be fine, right? And even out of this 10%, only 2% out of it is actually incredibly valuable stuff. I'm talking maybe something like over $100,000 has been taken. So that's almost a 98% guarantee of your property being protected, right? Now, the future. like, this is where, I say the future, it's really just conclusion, but I like to rinse it up. The conclusion is that this is not a slam dunk against crime. It's unfortunately always been on the high, and there's going to be those years that it just spikes, and there's a lot of terrible people in that year, right? However, but one of the main things that I realized in this research that I really hope that I was managed to import part to all of you is that Jamaica is not taking this fight lying down. They're actually fighting back, and in most cases, they're actually winning a lot, because if these technological advancements did not come out, I'm pretty sure that Jamaica would be an uninhabitable place currently, right? So yeah, that's really it. There's a saying that I'm pretty sure the older generation would know, which is that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best time to plant a tree is now, right? Jamaica is always slow on the technological advancements when it comes to implementing technological advancements, and that's mean because society, civilians, regular civilians are always apprehensive. They're always apprehensive about their privacy. They're always apprehensive about what it's going to do to them, their personal life, how it's going to impact them. And a lot of them, like I said before, think negatively of it, especially when Jamaica I came out, they were running up and down saying, oh, but what if I'm doing something and then you get to see it and then you just arrest me for no reason, even though the something is small. But as you can see, the technological advancements that the JCF is implementing along with the security companies, they're actually trying their best to not only safeguard properties but also try to protect the people that are in them. And this is the part where you have like a recommendation and right? Okay, no problem. And my recommendation is something that Guardsman recommended, and you can like find the article online. It's like they talked about this literally 2 weeks ago, and it's that they want a more better integration of public and private sectors, right? They're very split right now. It's almost like a police officer and a security guard are trying to fight each other, when it shouldn't be like that. What it should be like is them protecting, safeguarding, them helping, reporting, and having that seamless transition. And I believe that if we are able to do that, then Jamaica will be one of the safest places in the Caribbean and Latin American region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Yes. The chair is saying I'm out of time. If it is smart, it is vulnerable. Did you know that? It takes at least 20 years to build your reputation and about 2 minutes or less for security to ruin it. So we have to do our part. Security is just not just buying it. We have to do something about it, and it takes talented people to actually secure your data and your goods, yes, and services. So I'm just going to ask the audience. We are out of time, I should say, but I would like to thank, before we take 2 questions, 1 each, for the speakers. Yes, so we're just only going to take, is that okay, Madam Chair? 1 question, oh my God. Madam Chair said 1 question. Well, 1 is better than none, don't it?
Okay.
All right, so 1 question.
Yes, I have a question for the first presenter. You mentioned in your presentation that we can withdraw our consent. Can you talk to us a little about the process?
All right, so I work in the UCC Business Development and Consulting Institute. I am very proud of working there, actually. We are the green building right in front of the campus store. And one of the things that we have implemented in our forms and our emails is the ability to unsubscribe. Now, from webinars, from forms, from different various methods of data collection, would have our clients' personal data. There are things that we use to implement protection and regulations, but we do have it. We do have access to it. What we ensure is that if I'm a client and I'm finished with the BDCI, I really don't have anything else to do with it, I have the opportunity for the BDCI not to have my data anymore. I can choose to unsubscribe from the emails, and if you think from a lot of popular websites such as Grammarly, Duolingo, other platforms, there's an option at the end of the emails that says you're receiving this email because you have subscribed. Unsubscribe here if you so wish. And that's one of the initiatives that other companies will have to implement to ensure that they are in compliance with the Data Protection Act 2020, the ability for different end users to withdraw their consent of personal data. I hope I have answered your question.
All right. Okay, just concluding this session, the takeaway, always be vigilant. And let us thank both presenters, please, for a good putting on of excellent presentation. All right, thank you everyone and have a good evening. Please stay tuned for the next session, so don't go away. We're right here. The next session is going to start in about a minute or so. Thank you.
Presenter. Good afternoon. I am sure we are really feeling good about this conference. I'm feeling really good. After these two presenters, these two students, I would send my children, my nieces, my nephews, everybody to UCC. That's the way I'm feeling. So, we are getting ready for this presentation, and panel discussion, yes. So at this time, we will have the panel discussion on technology transforming the financial industry. I'll just introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Andre Gooden. We have Adrian Dunkley. I'm sure we all know Adrian. Adrian, raise your hand, please. All right. Adrian, I have to tell you, when I first saw the name of your company, Star Apple, being a girl from the country, growing with my grandmother and hearing that you mean like Star Apple, I really started wondering. But having listened to you at the conference, I realized that it has nothing to do with being mean like the Star Apple. In fact, you're so generous because you collect all this data, you mine the data, analyze, and you're sending this knowledge, this information out. We also have with us Mr. Dwight Jackson, Assistant Vice President at VM Wealth, not here. And Mr. Dimitri Dawkins, thank you. And we're probably going to have to ask you to tell us about Phoenix International. And we also have a representative of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Is that correct? Yes. Oh, okay, yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Gooden is, I actually introduced him, but he is the representative from the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So at this time, yes, Adrian Dunkley, you will do your presentation, and we can take questions. In fact, we will take short questions after all the members of the panel have made their presentation. So after Mr. Dunkley, I will invite Mr. Jackson and then Mr. Dawkins in that. Oh, Mr. Jackson is not here. All right, Mr. Gooden, I'll ask you to go second. And then I'll ask Mr. Dawkins. Can you give a warm welcome to Mr. Dunkley, please?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. Clicker. For the clicker. Clicker? No? Okay. I lost the clicker. Give us a sec. You got it? Okay. Okay, all right. Afternoon, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. Yes. All right, so today we're going to briefly go through a research project I've been working on. Oh, no problem. And don't mind the long title. All right, effectively, we'll be using machine learning models to try and accurately predict stock prices in Jamaica. That's pretty much it. Why is this interesting or worth it? Is that we're using a combination of two models. One of them you're going to be familiar with, a large language model. If that doesn't sound familiar, ChatGPT is a large language model. And we'll be using something called an LSTM, which is basically a model that's really good at remembering data. All right, so Adrian Dunkley, I was here yesterday. Nice to meet you. I've been around AI for a while, in different capacities and in different organizations and industries, and the idea is to share as much knowledge as possible and to get Jamaica at the forefront of technology. Long abstract, don't worry about it, you don't have to read the whole thing, but effectively all we're doing is we're saying, okay, we predict stock prices for very different reasons, right? And we use quantitative models to do that. We use some level of qualitative information as well to do that. Why not try and combine those two things into one architecture to get the best of both worlds? And the idea is when you see news about a specific company, it affects how you view the company, good or bad. That may affect you wanting to buy or sell if you have stocks in that company, which is going to affect the overall price. Right? But there are a lot of different factors as well. The past price, economic indicators, all these things have an impact. So the idea is try and use a subset of AI called machine learning, and within machine learning called deep learning, to kind of take care of that for you, to speed up the decision-making process. All right, so why do you predict stock movements? What's the point? Yes, you want to make money, obviously. You want to know more than the person beside you so that you can capitalize on that information. We also do it for risk management. You want to have an idea of the value put into that stock, how much can you get out? And then if the stock is going to plummet, get out quicker than other people. Portfolio optimization. So the idea is you have more than one stock, and the idea is you want to get the best of both worlds. So you have some manufacturing stuff, you have some stuff in retail, you have some stuff in energy. You want to split your risk across these different industries to get the most value out of them. Strategic asset allocation. So the idea there is maybe you're aware that possibly something's going to happen in the future. Let's say Elon Musk is going to create a free solar energy device and he's going to ship it to Jamaica immediately. Or is that going to impact other industries as well as stocks in your portfolio? How can you capitalize on that? Capital allocation. So, I mean, technically this is more for bigger companies, but think about it yourself. You have your capital in different types of things. How much should be in stocks versus bonds versus private equity and other areas. Macroeconomic planning, right? So COVID, sure it had an impact on everybody in here, and understanding how pandemics impact stock prices, you can plan ahead if you understand what's the likelihood of it coming up. Wealth preservation, you have it, you don't want it to decline in value, you want it to go up. And asset allocation, does anybody know what that icon is? All right, flop it. It's not the save button, just to be clear. All right, so the idea there is whatever you have now in your assets, you can save that understanding of value for a future time. So maybe you want to focus on real estate and you're really good at real estate now, but the real estate market is plummeting. Take what you have now, wait for the appropriate time, and then shift back over to a primarily real estate market. And then informational efficiency. So the more you know now, the better you are at doing something in the future. All right, so there are different types of ways to predict stocks: technical analysis, fundamental, quantitative, sentiment. So across these, the idea is you have set ways of looking at charts and understanding how the patterns are probably going to come out. You look at the company and analyze all of their information, their annual reports and news reports to have an idea how the stock is going to move. You go straight to modeling and use some statistical models, or sentiment. You say, all right, based on these news reports, I think this and this is going to happen. So we're trying to take the best of both worlds. Each of them has their pros and cons in different aspects. So we're trying to get real value right now by considering as much data as possible. But we don't necessarily want to spend a lot of time manually putting in or designing a model. So that's where deep learning comes in. And what's AI? So you've heard it all. Effectively just a field where you're trying to create a machine that's intelligent. I always put intelligence in quotes. You're trying to make basically a human-like machine first, and then you're trying to get it to be better at performing at things that we as humans do. The idea of what intelligence is up for debate, but you have an input and observation, you want something that is a beneficial output. Alright, so the onion, so AI is the field, big field, right? Within that subfield, sub-area called machine learning, where you use data. Within machine learning, you have another part of the onion called deep learning. Deep learning, you use a lot of data for that, and the infrastructure, how it actually looks, is loosely based on your neurons in your brain. Signals firing and they come together and stuff. Very loosely based. And then within that now, you have these two things called large language models, ChatGPT, and RNNs and LSTMs, which I'll get into. So LLMs, large language models, ChatGPT, you give it data, it tries to understand text. Sentiment, it allows you to talk to the machine like it's real, or a human. You can get information from it. There are a lot of benefits if it's used properly. For RNNs, recurrent neural networks, this is a deep learning model that deals with data that's in a sequence, like stock prices, right? And the benefit of this is there's some level of understanding and memory in it. So it can understand, okay, this happened today, it's probably going to have an effect 5 years from now, and I should factor in the ability for it to remember these things. And then LSTMs are a submodel within RNNs, and the idea there is it can actually forget. It has memory. So you can actually tell it to take all of this data, remember these things, somebody's birthday. You don't like them anymore, they're not your friend, forget their birthday. Their birthday is not important anymore, don't waste your time. So effectively that's what you can do. But it does this in a almost fully automated way. So the value of using these models is you don't have to fiddle around with a lot of stuff. You don't necessarily have to understand the underlying data, but that is also the biggest risk, right? If you don't have an understanding, it could give you something that could be garbage and you wouldn't even know. So I've said it before, I'll say it again. Ensure you have an expert, subject matter expert involved in the process, okay? At all times, even as simple as the problem seems. Okay, so question, can LSTMs and LLMs together provide accurate predictions of Jamaica stock prices? And the idea there is, can I take the quantitative stock price data and then take news data, news reports, information online, combine them to get the best of both worlds, right? And answer is meh, sometimes. All right. I wish I could say absolutely. This is the future. We're gonna revolutionize everything. Frank, you still need your finance experts. Okay. All right. So the method, we use data. Well, me, but I'll say we for now. 5-year data from May 2023, going back, and public listed JSE main market stocks. Limitations. Big thing is you need a stock with news about the stock, like enough news. These models need data, so that limited how many we could actually utilize in the study. Use search engine data from news outlets. We try to be balanced, so we look at all the main ones here. Data preparation, it wasn't just normalizing the data, but the idea is you can't put in the data, you have to clean it and refine it. And effectively what happened is 2 models were trained in parallel. So the top model was trained on the stock prices, and then the bottom model now was trained on the news data using GPT 3.5 Turbo, which is available if anybody wants to try it out, right? So we trained it to input news reports, local news reports, and then figure out from that the context and then potential sentiment. And then these models came together to figure out, okay, how much potential impact did this news report have on the change in stock price over a certain period of time. So it wasn't just posted, well, big news came out yesterday about a certain financial institution, right? It wasn't just the effect today, but looking at how that impact is going to affect the stock price over a short, medium to long term, right? All right. That's an interesting, there's some offshoots of the study that I think are interesting. So access to data was one thing, how different news organizations cover certain things, objectivity of reporting on stocks, and understanding news as well. So financial literacy, I think, came out as one interesting of this. Do people understand the reports and what they actually mean, or are they kind of being affected just because it sounds a certain way? So it is sentiment, but again, it goes back to the responsibility of private entities to communicate in a way that all Jamaicans can understand, so we can make the best of financial opportunities. All right, so pretty quick with the results. A lot of numbers, I know a table, but the main thing here is the models. 3 main types of models were tested. Within that, many different sub-models were tested. So the one to the left, LSTM plus LLM, that's the main one we're looking at. What is the benefit of that? And the idea here is the top 2 numbers, RMSE and MAPE, are ways that you measure error, and you want the error to be as low as possible. R squared is a measure of how well the model was able to understand the variability, right? How well was it at understanding the fluctuations or changes in what it's trying to predict? You want it as high as possible. In a perfect world, it would be 100%. So what we did find is there are benefits in certain cases, but it fluctuates across different stocks, right? So this is specifically for Grace, right? Why do we choose Grace? I will just randomize and choose Grace. But we saw an average improvement, 13%, in the root mean squared error. Not small, or is it small? Not exactly small, but imagine that you're at a desk and your only responsibility is to make these decisions on a daily basis. Buy, sell, and you have maybe an hour to analyze data. You can use this model to kind of support the decision making. So there is a big limitation of this model that I would say is that understanding the results are harder to do, which is why we looked at LLMs and including those, trying to get a better human understanding of what these things mean. But that doesn't mean it's the best model to just understand. So it can output, yeah, we recommend we buy this, but when it gets down to the justification, that's a big issue now with deep learning models in general. All right, so why does ChatGPT, why did it try and make an editor fall in love with them after the first conversation? What led to that? Nobody knows, not even the developers know, right? That's something that's difficult to explain. And you have to like take things apart and look at each individual thing to try and figure out why would it possibly go that route? Or does this editor have reasons unconsciously? We don't know, all right? So there appear to be some benefits, but when you look at all the metrics, they weren't significant. And a big reason for that is with respect to observation. So the main thing is to use the large language model to get it really good at outputting value, it needs data. So for entities that aren't covered as much, there's less data for it to work with to make a conclusion. Also, if you have enough money, you can get as much coverage as you need, right? So we looked at different news reports, right? And we excluded anything from like websites, their own personal marketing. But we couldn't necessarily say how much of it was pushed for the established newspaper. So that's something that's an assumption that we had to put in there, all right? So consistency in news reports seem to have some impact on our ability to predict price change. And then the apparent effects, marginal to noticeable, right? So it depended on the types of stocks as well. And the big one, I think, is different sources of news had different impacts on the prices, right? Yeah, and that speaks to obviously the coverage and the demographics. Yes, trust, thank you very much. So that's an offshoot study that we need to look at. I'm actually more interested in that component of it. Future work, 4 things that came out in industry-specific study. So getting a portfolio of manufacturing and see exactly the impact. This could lead us to say, well, you know, manufacturing companies are relatively undervalued versus what they should be because maybe marketing isn't as good for them. Maybe they need to present and represent that value more, right? Including macroeconomic variables. So there were some adjustments I made for COVID in the period, but we need to include more. And I keep saying we, and I sound weird, but yeah. And then for assessing the effectiveness of portfolio optimization. So we're not predicting just to predict and be like, yeah, we're awesome. We're doing it to affect change. We want to make more money, save more money, preserve wealth. And then the price sensitivity of these stocks before COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID. What exactly is the impact of that? So that's something I'm going to be looking at. And then the impact of social media influencers on price movement. I think that's very important. So we're in an influencer age in a sense. So you could potentially have certain influencers who have real market push or pull, instinctively or consciously or unconsciously. It's interesting to observe that to say exactly, potentially for regulatory purposes, are they influencing? And what can we do about that? Yeah. Yeah, Q&A. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Adrian. And I hope we were all paying attention. I learned a lot. I've been learning and learning in this conference. Madam Chair, do we have giveaways for the audience? At the end. All right, because I have some questions that I would like to ask. So thank you so much, Adrian. Thank you so much. I'm going to invite the other 2 members of the panelists, the other 2 panelists to just to speak in the context of what Adrian has said and based on their involvement in their organizations. So I'll begin with Dimitri. Okay.
Afternoon, everybody. Pleasure being here this afternoon. So my name is Dimitri Dawkins. I'm here today as the commercial director for Phoenix International. What we are is a core banking platform. What core banking is that it's a software used by financial institutions like commercial banks, credit unions, development banks, microfinance institutions to actually manage the deposit and lending activities of those institutions. We have a mission to be the catalyst for financial inclusion and fintech adoption in emerging markets globally. And currently we have customers in 10 different countries in the Caribbean, Latin America, and continent of Africa. We support millions of transactions on a daily basis, and our clients manage over $1 trillion in capital in total. Pleased to be here to participate on the panel this afternoon and how our technology is helping to improve the industry and what we're going into for the next 5 or 10 years as well.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. My name is Andre Gooden. I'm from the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Group Business Development Manager at Jamaica Stock Exchange. The linear presentations and the statistical information that Adrian showed a while ago is interesting in terms of another model of predicting movement in prices. However, it's not the domain of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Our name has 3 words: Jamaica Stock Exchange. So we are the platform that is used to provide a smooth exchange of securities from buyers to sellers, securities being stocks and bonds in Jamaica. That is it. So all we do is provide a platform for buyers and sellers, a technology platform for buyers and sellers to meet, real market, to meet and arrive at mutually agreeable prices and transactions take place. Of course, so what is being introduced here will be something more akin to the brokers, who are the ones who, the brokers are our clients and the investors are the brokers' clients. So this information would be more interesting and applicable to the brokers. The stock exchange is a regulator and a facilitator of transactions. So we couldn't get involved in prediction of prices or movement by any, algorithmical or mathematic formulas. However, certainly the brokers would have interest in something like this. The technology platform that we use to do the transactions of buying and selling securities is the NASDAQ platform. NASDAQ is probably the leading technology platform in the world for transition and management of securities. Our NASDAQ platform has the ability to do and incorporate everything that you just mentioned. In fact, they do it because they also have a research arm. So for this type of technology to be used or to be capitalized on by John Q. Public or the investors, it would have to be through the brokers, and the brokers would have to ensure that their subscriptions to the NASDAQ platform incorporate these different capabilities, and then they could put all of that together and come up with some sort of linear projections. However, you did mention consumer sentiment as something that is not necessarily measurable on paper, but something that is another factor to bear in mind in terms of movement of stock prices. In Jamaica, there are many times when the fundamentals are overshadowed by consumer sentiment, and prices of securities might trade either up or down based on customer sentiment. You also mentioned social media feedback, another big influencer for young investors particularly. So what would be great to have is that all of the statistical information you just have, plus to support the consumer sentiment and the media sentiment as well, the media push to do the predictions. But from where we sit, the NASDAQ platform is certainly capable of utilizing and does have this kind of information available. But it's the brokers are the ones who would have to subscribe and present that information to the investing public.
Okay, thank you. We will take 2 questions from the audience, and then we will transition to the wrap-up. Just a second. Can you take the microphone?
Thank you very much. You mentioned that the real estate industry is going down. Okay.
An example, okay. We can take one more question.
Not in Jamaica, that's not going to happen.
All right, no more questions. Yes, a question from one of our students. Oh, a member of the audience.
Good afternoon. You said the AI model could predict the trend, but couldn't explain how. I'm not too sure if that was what you were saying.
The deep learning models, like the ones that when you go on your phone and you do like face recognition or when you talk, the explainability is the biggest problem with that. What that means is if you're using like a basic regression model, it'd say, oh, poverty had this impact on this, bank account had this impact. So you can quantify it very easily and explain to another human being. With these deep learning models, they work very, very generally speaking. I call them the universal functions, effectively. Complex in terms of the functions and equations they're using that you can't play. Hello? Yeah, so think about a model recognizing your face when you enter a bank. Now explain how it does that, right? I can recognize you, I can never recognize everyone in here, but the model cannot just come back to you and say, oh, the reason I recognize you is because you look like this person or I've seen you 50. Because it's just
okay.
Oh, okay. I think I'm good now. Yeah, it's that. So it can predict really well, but it can't necessarily explain why. That's the limitation.
In terms of this, you said that, well, the research was about the stock, Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Well, yeah, stocks.
Yeah, so could it predict it? Because that was where I was not really clear. Could it predict it going up and down, or?
Yeah, it could, but the quality was based on the data, right? So the quality, or I would say the performance versus doing more traditional approaches was a little bit better sometimes. But
depending on the amount of data. That was
yeah, and then the types of stocks and then the sentiment around it. So it provided good insights, up, down, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's something you have to deploy now. So additional research, so that's the part to include macroeconomic variables and these other factors in there. So it provided more insights to me about how stock prices could potentially be influenced by media and news, right? Versus just using it for a prediction. But yes, you can predict it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the prediction is going to be better than you going to your broker or your advisor or a friend that you know who's an expert. Yeah.
Thank you.
The good news is that this Jamaica Stock Exchange is 54 years old. We have 54 years of data on every company, every dividend, every price movement, every day for 54 years, right? We are now packaging, by this middle of next year, everybody will be able to plug into that data for a fee. Subscribe to that information that you can use and massage in your own way to do your own linear projections, etc., etc. It's a data commercialization tool that we're finalizing now, which will allow not just brokers, not just our overseas partners, because New York Stock Exchange uses our information, Bloomberg uses our information, the Caribbean, universities like this use our information. Everybody will be able to subscribe to the data. Right now, if you go on the London or the Luxembourg Stock Exchange and you want information on something that happened in 1985, you have to pay for it. You get the last 2 or 3 years you can get off the bat. But if you're going to go into deep analysis, you have to subscribe to the data because it's valuable information. So to further support the linear projections, the numerical data is available and will be available to the public in another 6 months.
Just to add on to that point. So a lot of the work that Adrian has done is limited by the data set as he outlined, right? And we've had quite a number of changes over the past years. The JSC, 54 years, but the number of data points over those years, you probably generate more data per month now than maybe all of last year, right? The part of our mission with like financial inclusion and fintech adoption, and what I really want all of you to properly understand is that technology is nothing without people. And you need to have adoption of the technology and use of the technology on a daily basis in order to influence the trend of the industry overall going forward, right? So as you design new data sets, as Adrian works on his model, if he doesn't have people to use the model and apply it and use it in their decision making on a day-to-day basis, it actually has no influence on the industry going forward. And at the same time, when you're looking at solving problems, for example, an individual who may not invest in the stock market, no, they may not have had a university degree or other forms of education and are not as aware of how to pick stocks, then a tool like this can take in more data than they can ever research, provide some statistical analysis, and predict to some extent with some degree of accuracy what the movement of the stock is going to be like based on current data, and then therefore that person with their own sentiment can now choose to buy or sell or wait before participating in the stock market, right? That actually creates another data layer and data point that Adrian is going to have to include in his model going forward. But it involves multiple layers coming all the way up. I mean, I know the JSC has been pushing for just general individuals to participate in the stock market as a way to fight against inflation or keep up with inflation or just building generational wealth. It has to start from the original level of, do you have KYC? Can you participate in the standard economy through a regular bank account? Do you then have a brokerage account? Do you have other data sources and other things available? And all of these things layer one on top of each other, and we all need solutions that are easy to use and people friendly at every step of the way in order for somebody to get to the point of, yes, I want to purchase this stock, and in the future, yes, I want to sell this stock, and have the benefit of that transaction influence their life and their quality of life on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, thank you very much. I have 2 questions. The first one, Adrian, in your presentation, you actually said that data was normalized. Now, we have a lot of students here, and I want you just to talk to them about that, because that's critical in research.
Okay, so that normalization, a couple different ways were done, but the idea is, if you look at the stock prices, it's like scratch. Look like a scratch on paper. So traditional modeling requires data to be normal, and you have that bell curve, right? So the whole point of a bell curve is the figures you think are more likely to happen are more likely to happen. The extreme figures are extreme and are less likely to happen. A lot of models are built on that. So we have to take the data, normalize it by difference in it, or doing mathematical functions and translations on it to get the data to be fit into the model appropriately. You need to do the same thing with text. So you can have a lot of ands in your text. That's not useful, right? If you have 50,000 ands in a document, yeah, in fact, you normalize on a regular basis. When you're reading a document, you realize you probably skip over the and the and. It's not important. It's grammatically correct, but it's not beneficial for you to input the information and interpret and understand it. So you're effectively doing the same thing with the model. The deep learning models we're doing are non-linear. They don't care about the data. They'll just figure it out. But it's still good to normalize the data first to make it easier so the model doesn't have to come up with new translations in the data.
Just a question for you. You talk about stock prices. What about interest rates? For example, could a methodology be designed to identify the relationship between some macroeconomic variables, including interest rates, and particular products and services offered to lending institutions, so that they can see definitively what the price points need to be in terms of the demand for securities, not just the price, the demand for credit, and how it's correlated with not just the interest rates, but other variables, like other macroeconomic variables, like levels of employment. Obviously, that's an easy one. Money supply, global economic data points, so that you can look and say, when this happens, this is what happened to loans. The demand for loans or the supply of loans. When this happens, this is what happened to the demand for loans, etc. So you can predict definitively what the happy point really is.
Yes. Short answer, yes, you can. If you have the data available and you know it's valid and you have enough, then you can definitely do that. And you can apply it to anything else. So prices of soft drinks, KFC price going up or down. I mean, it's going to go up. Yeah. But yes, it can be applied to any problem that you have available. The main thing is the data and an understanding of the industry that you're in. That's the most important. The biggest fails in model development or AI usage have been persons just throwing a model at it without any context, without talking to an expert. And it comes up with the craziest things and people just believe it. So there's a lot of value. And big ups to JSC for data access. That's going to make my life so much easier. Awesome. But huge kudos for them allowing us to do that. And it's going to have, in my opinion, far-reaching consequences to, like I said, data literacy, but also just STEAM in general, science, technology, and engineering. I mean, finance takes a lot from science. So I'm very excited. Where do I sign up? Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, so the final question I had for you was your study is really focusing on predictive models, and our panelist from the Jamaica Stock Exchange, Mr. Goodens, asked you the question about predicting interest rates. So my question to you is, why aren't more people winning the lotto? In terms of prediction, I'm not promoting gambling now. It's just about modeling and prediction.
I love this question.
Yes.
I get asked that like once every 3 months.
Yes.
There are way too many. Yes, there are billions. Yeah, more likely to get hit by lightning than win the lotto. So it's not that you can't predict it, it's just you're not going to live long enough to get the result that you predicted. Or you can predict it properly, but that prediction is not going to happen for the next 15 years.
Or the rake, no good. You know, you
we'll
get a rake.
We'll leave it to the statistics.
I thought it was about driving down the road and a mongoose run across the road and it means something, and you know, you buy and you win.
God could do it. Yeah.
To add on what Adrian just said though, and to show the talent of Jamaican people, depending on the lottery, you actually can increase the likelihood of getting winning numbers. And we actually so depending on the lottery. So it depends on the game, right? And then so we actually do have local Jamaicans who gamble professionally and study it, and it is still very flawed, but they found a model that actually does work for them and has a higher degree of success than their losses, and they're doing it professionally now.
I know there was one Jamaican in Canada who won the lottery and actually spoke about the modeling that he did, the predictive modeling, and how many years it took him to get to that point.
So this is for a disclaimer for the audience, because I don't want anybody wasting their fortunes on lotto. Right. So yes, chance, anything is possible. All the numbers, even 11111, that's as likely as all the numbers you've ever seen. There's no reason that shouldn't play, right? Just to say you could buck up on it, it's just gonna take many times and a lot of money. You better put any money in the stock market, to be very frank. That's safer than buying lotto, to be very frank.
Okay. I think we have one question from the audience, and then we will wrap up this session. And while we wait for... Right.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Very enlightening, and telling me that I shouldn't start playing the lotto.
There was a disclaimer. There was a disclaimer.
I have a question for Mr. Gunnar, because I know you said that Phoenix International is in the finance space. And I just want to get your understanding, because we're talking about the impact of technology on the financial industry. My understanding is that you started in that kind of technology / finance space as a fintech company. And if that is the case, you can correct me, but also in terms of what do you think are the longer term impacts, or even like 5-year impacts, do you see technology having on the financial industry in Jamaica?
Mr. Dawkins, yes.
All right. Let me try to keep this as brief as possible. So Phoenix International is a platform that we acquired from another company called Finastra in 2020. So we bought the software, the existing customer base, everything. But MC Systems overall we're actually celebrating our 50th year this year. We've been in the technology space from very early on. It started off as a payroll company. They started with technology development to automate payroll, and then it went into everything. We provide services and solutions to all the banks in Jamaica, as well as the majority of the Caribbean. For example, if you make a debit or credit card transaction in the Caribbean, we issued 75% of all terminals across the region, right? Over 50% of the ATMs in Jamaica are sold and serviced by us. There's a lot of stuff that we do that most people don't know about. But why we're invested in core banking is that we always used to be in the integration layer, or helping other foreign service providers to integrate services into our local or regional financial systems. And we're like, well, these solutions don't really work for us. They're designed for North America, they're designed for Europe, and they're not really designed for emerging markets. So by acquiring this IP and then continuing to develop the IP, we can now make sure that things meet our actual needs and our very heightened regulatory environment, where majority of other software providers are not designed for the same regulatory environments that we operate in. And that's why we're focused entirely on emerging markets. Now, you asked about the next 5 or 10 years. It is our personal view right now that banking, let me keep it at banking, is a utility just as much as telecommunications, as your light and power, everything else. Because if you do not have a bank account, you cannot or will not be able to contribute to society in a meaningful way. If you're limited to just core cash, if it is that you cannot get debt in times when you need debt, if it is that you can't access investment or other savings or other deposit products, then you will just be stuck in the cash at hand at the time. And so what we're looking at going forward is not necessarily for people to focus on finance. It shouldn't be that, oh, I need to get a bank account and I need to have an investment account, or I need to have a mortgage, or I need to do. No, the focus should be that I need to exist, and I need a technology or a tool, whether that be on a mobile wallet on my phone or whatever comes in the future, that enables me to be a person, a regular human being on a day-to-day basis, to buy food, pay for my accommodations, travel from point A to point B, and have that be a seamless experience where it's no longer a factor of money or which bank I'm using or what platform, but that just that I exist and I can access everything without having to wonder if I can access them. Because traditionally, especially on a social level, coming from from slavery, from colonization, all of these things, we have a lot of limiting factors and beliefs that we have to overcome, and I believe that technology is really the key to allow us to overcome those factors.
Thank you very much. I want to invite you to join me in thanking the panelists, thanking Adrian for, as usual, making a presentation that sparks the kind of discussion that will keep us here until next week, but unfortunately we cannot stay. Thank you so very much. And I'm going to invite all three to step down. We have tokens for you. We always, gratitude is a must. We always say thank you. So, Dr. Atuakan, so I'm just going to invite you to go down. Thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedule. And I knew of MC Systems years back, but I didn't know that it had transitioned to this company. I'm learning so much. Thank you. And I will now hand over to our conference chair for the final session, which is our closing session.
Thank you so very much. Put your hands together for a very insightful panel discussion. Come on, put your hands together, everyone. Wow, I have learned so much. I came here one way, but I'm leaving a different way, and it's in a good way. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're going to be having one of our students, and she will be giving us the closing remarks and trying to recap some of the things that we did. So put your hands together at this time for Miss Simone Ellis. Put your hands together for her.
Pleasant afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And what can I say? Over the past 2 days, we have learned so much, and we want to express our gratitude and thanks to all our faculty members. We just want to, words are not sufficient to express our gratitude, but let me just carry on. I'm sure you would agree with me relative to what happened here over the 2 days, that as our speaker, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Simone Ellis. I'm the Public Relations Officer for the Student Council Body 2023 to 2024. While it's a privilege to be here, for me it's also nerve-wracking, but I'll proceed. Just a few remarks and then I'll take my seat. As we close the curtains on this another enriching research conference, I believe we all share and we have an appreciation for the theme explored over the past 2 days, and that is embracing the digital age, and I add my part with the cauldron of opportunities it provides, coupled with the challenges that must be met, and we were told that yesterday, along with the array, a wide array of innovative ideas, right? The knowledge that we have attained as a result of this conference will allow us as students to delve deep into the landscape of the digital age, as there's will allow us, to delve deep into the landscape of the digital age, as there's potential for growth and progress. as a result of our advanced technology and global network. It's against this background, we understand that it will work if we work collectively as students and innovatively. This will create a platform which will be a testament of our human capacity for creativity and progress. A quote that we often use on the council by Jerome, my president, together everyone achieves more, and I believe that this conference would have echoed that based on our speakers and presenters and what they have told us over the past 2 days. So it is that based on all that we have heard and what I have, against the quote that I've just read a while ago, we need each other as students. You need me, I need you. So let us embrace this change that the digital age has provided for us. One of the other significant things that resonated with me, as it's a part of my own personal mantra, is our ethical principles. It should be our moral compass. It should be what steers us. So even though we use a chat GPT, I can't even call the name properly, and the other tools that is given to us, we should do so responsibly. And I can speak from personal experience. Sometimes, you work in groups and students will delve other ways, not to say everything, but it's good for us to be responsible with the information that we have gleaned here today and yesterday, just to approach and handle these things responsibly and with the tools that we have given. This conference, for me and for all of us, I speak for the Student Council, has been a journey of discovery. It tells us to collaborate. We can't work alone. As I said before, together everyone achieves more. So it's not together I achieve more or you achieve more. Together everyone achieves more, right? So we need to work together. And what stands out to me is the collaborative effort that we are encouraged to partner with each other and to enlighten each other as we go along. For research, I won't be doing applied research. I will be doing intro to research. And this has been a platform or a catalyst, so to speak, that equips me for when spring comes. I can be more ready to undertake whatever task I'm given relative to my research paper. This, and as one of the voice of the Student Council representative, we want to express our heartiest appreciation to the school, to the leaders, to the staff, faculty members, and of course our presenters. Sir, I'm not remembering your name. Mr. Adrian, you wowed me yesterday. I sat at my desk and I listened to your presentation, how you wanted to explore engineering, but then you wanted to be a doctor? Forester, right. You wanted to do something else. I'm mistaken you, but then your mother, some parents was, right, the person wanted to do aviation, but the parents weren't approve of that. But then you would delve off into something else that you believe would more suits your career. And you were speaking about online and working from home and global network and how you can collaborate with others. And it took 10 years for you to, it wasn't you, sir? But that was the message. You get what I'm saying? But it was well presented, and I'm sure you gave, I was watching before I came over, but I didn't get to see everything. I just want to say thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge you have come and shared your experience. Dr. Veronica Reed is also one of my lecturers. She taught me entrepreneurship. So I do appreciate this effort from UCC and from faculty members and staff and admin, it's very fulfilling and beneficial to us. To me, I can personalize it to me, right? So we want to say thanks. Thanks for your wealth of knowledge, expertise, wisdom that you have imparted. We are going to put it to use. From this conference, we are armed with the knowledge and ideas that we need, and the ethical foundation. That was one of the things. Ethics, ethical foundation that we have been given to put forth our best foot and make a difference in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Simone. Put your hands together for her. At this time, we're going to be calling on Professor Mohan, who is online, and he will give us a short recap of the last 3 days, and then I'll come and I'll wrap up. We will now hear from him from speaking to us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and pleasure to present the closing report. At the outset, I wish to thank for me have an opportunity to assimilate a great conference which I see a kind of a trendsetter, not only in Jamaica, but the region and beyond. A conference of this nature, digital age, opportunities, challenges, is not that easy. I congratulate the chairperson of the conference and the committee, as well as the leadership of UCC for taking this Herculean task of organizing annual research conference focusing on digital age. As we all know, globalization is part of our lives. Societies are moving towards beyond globalization. In that context, it is important to understand what opportunities, innovation, entrepreneurship linked with digital technologies, advancements in research can provide solutions, applications for day-to-day life as well as for the progress of humanity. What I'm going to do is to share some key highlights of this conference, as well as just run through a few details and leave you with ideas and way forward this conference has put forward, not only for Jamaica, Caribbean region, and beyond. I think one of the significant aspects of this conference, I feel, it has national, international researchers, business leaders, entrepreneurs, and more importantly, students across disciplines participated actively and presented research. And lastly, but not the least, exchanged ideas for betterment of global world. UCC always gave importance to cutting-edge research, encouraged research ecosystem. And in that context, this conference is a testimony of UCC's commitment to research and contribution to Jamaica, region and beyond. As we all know, the conference is basically a place or a platform or an opportunity to share, exchange ideas. But this conference has provided not only those basic things, but it has gone beyond in sharing vision and mission of UCC as a tertiary institution to contribute to national development, issues of Jamaica and the region, and contribute to understanding of how best digital age, latest innovation technology can contribute to global economy, development, sustainability of human welfare and well-being. I think that is the bigger vision, not just few people coming together, presenting papers, but going beyond and contributing to the overall development of the world and humanity at large. In that context, UCC has paved way through these conferences, and this year's conference, conceived by the committee and the chairperson, has to be a landmark in the history of UCC. The key highlights of the conference not only just covered and discussed some of the areas related to digital technologies, but it has given opportunity to understand the recent advancements in research and to what extent their applications to business, entrepreneurship, mostly focusing on banking, financial sector, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, artificial intelligence paving way to transforming the world, e-commerce and application of digital technologies in education are also being dealt extensively. Issues related to data security, privacy, and so on and so forth also been addressed. Of course, one of the important challenge of this digital age is linked with the growth and development. I think the keynote speakers, the research presentations, panel discussion, workshop, and more importantly, poster presentations, and the network opportunity this conference has provided has facilitated the bigger goal of the conference. It is unique in a sense. Senior researchers, academics, business leaders, graduate and undergraduate students from across disciplines participated, presented papers is another unique feature of this conference. The conference has not left with just sharing knowledge, but it has also provided way forward, how best we can embrace and how fast. And more importantly, Jamaica has to get ready for that. As a small island nation, I can recollect the keynote speaker of the managing director of Jamaica Stock Exchange giving comparisons of small countries in Eastern Europe have transformed their economies, in turn help their country and people to a great extent, quality of life, economy, well-being, and so on and so forth. So it is time that Jamaica, with its best brains, has to move forward at a policy level, ecosystem, infrastructure, to make sure that it benefits from the best brains with advancements and applications being used in the developed world can be embraced and applied so that not only Jamaica but the region and beyond can benefit. I somehow see the conference has focused exclusively on transforming economies, business innovation, entrepreneurship, application of digital tools and technologies. I think in that context, this conference is not just a conference for providing solutions, but a way forward for future. I see presenters and facilitators have provided not only food for thought, but given opportunities to understand problems, solutions, and how to go about, especially for making Jamaica and the region as one of the thriving economies in the years to come. But one should not forget to make sure that economic development, it is important. School, college, and tertiary education has to evolve from a traditional to more of digital tools-based education. In that context, this conference has provided the way forward to transform education in Jamaica and the region. As we all know, some of the challenges of the society in Jamaica as well as in the region is crime, violence, unemployment, brain drain, migration to other green pastures or other countries, poverty, and some social problems and challenges of sustainability. I think this conference has provided an opportunity how best we can apply digital technologies, innovation to reduce crime, violence, improve employment rates, retain best brains so that they contribute to the GDP of Jamaica and the region, and make sure sustainability becomes part of the future. Finally, I see this conference is not just one way. The presenters present, there ends the conference. But I see a great interaction has taken place. Discussions and question and answers have provided an opportunity for the students especially to come up with their questions so that they learn from the esteemed presenters. In that context, I see this conference has set a tone for academic conferences, not just focus only on sharing results of their research and so on and so forth, but bring market leaders, practitioners, business leaders, academicians, and the future of the country and the region, the students, in this kind of ecosystem. There is growth, there is future. So this conference has fulfilled not only just basic things, but gone beyond. Of course, in the 3 days, we had so many things. I think the first day, 26th of September, in the afternoon, one of the landmarks for the UCC is the launch of Caribbean Journal of Applied Innovation and Research. I think this journal will pave way to disseminate research, cutting-edge research, peer review, which will be light to not only for Jamaica, but for the region and beyond. The conference was set tone by explaining the purpose and priorities by Dr. Dawkins, our esteemed Vice Provost. She's always inspiring. And aim and highlights of the conference were also explained by Dr. Tashika Boris. And there was always Dr. Veronica Johnson-Reed and Dr. Cicely Dennis and other journal committee members have set tone for the next 2 days, the action-packed 2 days, 27th and 28th. I have no words to share my joy when I saw the chairperson of this day 2, Miss Marilyn Roche, excellently conducted the proceedings, the keynote address, as well as the sessions. And the first day of the real conference, 27th, ended with a unique workshop on artificial intelligence. I think this is another innovation that UCC has made for research conferences. Basically, research conferences are very traditional. So workshops, panel discussions, a kind of interaction with practitioners, business leaders is a real innovation. In that context, this is a very unique contribution. And for the future, conferences, a role model, not only for Jamaica, for the region at large. The second day, I think, provided an opportunity to understand the depths of the UCC's research ecosystem and importance. The president of UCC, Professor Dennis, has provided us the impetus for all of us, not only at UCC, but whoever participated in the conference, that UCC is committed for learning and growth, and research is the key pillars of the institution. So funds and ecosystem is always our priority. With that, the Senior Vice President and Provost of the University, Professor Sheila Paul, backed up and shared her commitment to encourage research. And one of the important things is to understand, which was announced, that the impact of crime on the society in Jamaica, more importantly, Montego Bay. I think this commission research will pave way to showcase that UCC is committed not only for research, but it is committed to research for nation building. The research sessions, innovation and entrepreneur research, education and digital society, technological advancement in security, I think the presenters share their research findings, which I feel contributing to advancement of research in digital age, but also to understand the issues linked with the digital age. All the presentations, I don't want to take more time to go into each presentation. It could be on the venture capital, it could be on early career academics, experience of Twitter or a tool, or online gaming, or ethical issues of artificial intelligence. More importantly, leveraging LLMs and LSTMs for stock pricing, data protection, privacy, and so on and so forth, have provided an opportunity to understand the advancements in research linked to digital technologies and digital age, as well as open up for future research. I commend all the presenters, done an excellent job. The panelists of technology transforming the financial industry has opened up how best technology can be used to transform financial industry, whether it could be efficiency or frauds or improving business through financial industry. I think the panel discussion has paved way for cross-section of ideas. I commend the panelists. Last but not least, one of the best things of this conference is the undergraduate research spotlight and student poster presentations. I think they have taken the limelight of this conference. I congratulate all the 3 groups winners of student poster presentations, as well as all others who presented their posters, as well as presented their papers. It is heartening to see that students taking active part in research at the undergraduate level is again a testimony of UCC's commitment to research and that ecosystem. I end this report with sincere thanks and gratitude to the chairperson, Dr. Reed, for her hardship, vision, and excellent coordination, organizing this conference, not only successfully, but a benchmark conference for Jamaica and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Mohan. It has really been a pleasure serving you as a moderator for day 3. And we have a token for 2 persons who gave us the list of the words for the transformation. So your tokens are here. It's Terrell and somebody else. So I'll call Terrell, right? It's Claudine and Terrell that are the winners for the words in the transformation. So Miss Johnson is going to come. Veronica Johnson is going to come. Is Terrell, is it Tajay? Sorry, Tajay, come on down and we'll make the presentation to you. Indeed, Dr. Mohan and our student rep has conveyed very well how amazing these last 3 days have been. And I want to say to you that, you know, the challenge it's ours for the taking. As the theme suggests, we need to continue embracing the digital age. We need to look at the opportunities. We need to see how best we can innovate. And to close, I want to remember the keynote speaker this morning, as she gave us the acronym of TEARS. And she has left all of us in tears, but good tears. She has challenged us to start looking at the timing of where technology is. We need to also look at our own expertise. We need to also make sure that in our own way that technology is accessible to us and to those around us, so we can be partakers of this digital transformation. And also, importantly, we need to make sure that we have the resources that are necessary to make it happen, whoever you are, wherever you are, because the transformation is occurring as we speak. And wherever you need the support, please go out and get the support. I also want to close with this short little story while we make the presentation. The story is told about a little rabbit who saw an eagle sitting on top of a tree. So the little rabbit said to the eagle, "Do you sit here all day and do nothing?" And the eagle said, "Yes." So the little rabbit says, "Can I do it too? Can I do it too?" But the difference was that while the eagle was on top of the tree limb, the rabbit sat below the tree. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? A little fox, and he did nothing all day like the eagle told him. So while he was sitting there doing nothing all day, just like the eagle, a fox came while he fell asleep and had him for his evening meal. The lesson learned here is that you have to be careful. While something is good, you have to be careful where you're positioned. The eagle was at a strategic position, but the little rabbit was in harm's way. So as we move from this room, I want to say on behalf of my colleague who shared yesterday with her Trini accent, that I know she's somewhere laughing at me right now. I'm trying to imitate her. But I want to say it has been a pleasure serving you. Just make sure that as the change is occurring, that you are strategically positioned. It has been a pleasure. Thank you so very much.